Aloha, everybody. Meteorologist Drew Davis alongside with you. Of course, the second round of the Kona Low has arrived. It's obviously been the most impactful throughout this morning, midday, and going into the afternoon as well. A flash flood warning is currently up for the island of Oahu from the National Weather Service. And we're here live with you guys. We're going to be here live throughout the rest of the evening, answering questions here in the H&N Digital Center. We're also going to go live on your television starting at 3 p.m. But right now, you can watch us here on YouTube, Facebook. Also, we are live on the H&N streaming app. Again, this is a collaborative event here, so if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you guys. We did this last night, and there was a lot of questions, a lot of interaction from the audience. So please, if you have questions, throw them in Facebook Live, throw them in the YouTube chat. We're here to answer them for you. There may be a couple times throughout this broadcast where we have to stop answering questions on the chat immediately because we'll be talking to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, in the actual studio of Hawaii News Now, and also our weather anchor, Ben Gutierrez, who will also be helping us out. All right, we've got a couple of people joining. We've got people from Nanakuli, Big Island, Kona, Waimanalo. Hope everybody's doing okay. Obviously, today's been the most impactful. This is the big round of the storm that we're seeing right now, and we're watching the radar. Let's just take it island by island and show you what's going on out there. This is over the last couple of hours, or over the last hour. You can actually see the heaviest rainfall moving away from the west side of Oahu. I'm going to take you to the latest scan and show you some of the rainfall rates that we're seeing out there. Not much lightning surrounding the island of Oahu right now, but let's actually just show you some of the rainfall rates. We're going to show you across the state. South Shore, closer to the airport towards the reef runway, seeing about 0.7 of an inch of rainfall coming down. Closer to the Kona Low mountain range, closer to 1/4 of an inch in some spots. Lighter over in central Oahu right now, like 0.02 of an inch coming down. But again, we're seeing the tops of these cells, so we're not seeing the full picture. I do want to show you that again, that we are taking a look at the Kauai radar. The Kauai radar is showing us the excuse me, I was getting some feedback in my IFB, or my communication device, so I can talk to the producers. We have this radar on the south shore of Kauai, and the further away the radar beam goes, it's getting higher up in the atmosphere, so we're detecting higher up in these actual rain clouds, these rainstorms, so we're not seeing closer to what's going down at the surface. Power out all across Oahu. Yeah, we do have power outages. If you would like to see a up-to-date map or an up-to-date report on those power outages, you can find that on Hawaii News Now. Thanks for pointing that out, Michael. Yeah, we're seeing widespread outages out there right now. This is the latest radar scan over on Oahu. Kauai has kind of missed out on the bulk of the rainfall, at least from the second round of storms. I know that's kind of frustrating for some folks over on Kauai, especially with the intensity forecasted for it to be. But again, the potential was always there, and we could still see some downpours developing. But relatively quiet over on the Garden Isle. Some downpours just off to the south and southeast of the island out there right now. Flash flood warning now in effect until for Honolulu until 6:30 p.m. Somebody's saying that in the chat. Let me just confirm that if that is the case. Yes. So the flash flood warning, we just got the emergency alerts coming in. You may have actually seen that just pop up on your phone. Popped up on my phone. That alert just came in. Let's just read it out together. National Weather Service, a flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 6:30 p.m. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. So, again, let's just move back over to Oahu, where the most impactful rainfall is coming down. Again, the rainfall, why this has been so dangerous, why there's the flash flooding threat out there is because take a look at the orientation of this rainfall. So the rain's been moving up towards the northeast, out of the southwest with these strong southerly and southwesterly winds, and the rainfall's been developing off to the southwest as it continues moving up towards the northeast. So the rain has kind of been training. It has been providing continuous rainfall for Oahu, giving us really high rainfall totals out there. I don't have rainfall totals right now. I can pull those up when we take a look at some of our other graphics, but let's just take a look again. On the South Shore, more rainfall moving in. Some of the rainfall rates in these yellow areas. Let's just take a look again to show you what's going on for those that are just joining us. Closer to Eva Beach, let's take a look. 3/10 of an inch of rain per hour just offshore. Some rainfall rates just over an inch per hour. So again, this is going to continue moving up towards the north. It's moving southwest to northeast out there, so likely going to be impacting the eastern portions of Oahu as we continue to go throughout this afternoon and into this evening. Some more scattered clouds and rain over on the western portions of Maui County, so impacting Molokai and Lanai out there. A little bit drier in the latest radar scan over on Maui, but I don't want to play down that we have been seeing some continuous rainfall over some spots of Maui, like over in Lahaina. You can see some heavier showers that have been continuing to move in. Some breaks. Again, the messaging from the National Weather Service with this has been that there would be multiple rounds of the system, so we don't want you to get kind of, if there's a quieter period like there was a little bit this morning, there's still more on the way. It seems like a bulk of the rainfall, again, is, you can see it's going to continue moving further eastward, getting closer to Molokai and Lanai out there. It's going to continue to impact Maui. I do want to point out that there is some further development happening off to the south and southwest. You can actually see that. Starting to see clearer skies just to the west of Oahu. It doesn't mean that we're out of the woods just yet, but there is the potential for that. Let's take a look at the chat. All right, lots of people in the chat. Thanks again for joining, guys. All right, Facebook. No power in Waikiki. Yeah, there's a list of power outages likely up on Hawaii News now. I'll get one of our digital team. Can you tell us what's going on? Get us that link. Okay, I'm going to get that for you guys, and I'll drop it in the chat. Still have power in Mililani. Just got emergency alarms on all the devices. Harmony saying again, yeah, that's coming from that emergency alert. The National Weather Service flash flood warning has been extended until 6:30 p.m. I did post a video about that on my Instagram and Facebook. That has been extended further in time. I'm actually going to go and put a comment on that just so people who are seeing this know that that's been extended further in time. Let's see. Make sure that gets up on the... I try to make sure that we're hitting all channels. I know this is a digital world we're living in, everybody, so I want to make sure that everybody's seeing the most up-to-date information. Okay, one of the things I want to talk about again is the amount of warnings that we're seeing. We are seeing lightning starting to develop in some of these cells just to the north. We really haven't seen much lightning over the islands throughout today compared to what we were seeing Thursday morning, where we did see some lightning over Oahu. Let's actually take a look at our live tower cam. This graphic is, the live tower cam's not working in our system, so let's just go to the warnings. All right, again, high winds, that's been the main thing from this system. We are seeing very strong winds out there. High wind warning up across the entirety of the state. Yesterday, the Big Island was under a high wind watch. That has been upgraded to a high wind warning. Southwesterlies between 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting closer to 70. That's going to continue until 6 a.m. on Sunday. And again, a flash flood warning is up for the island of Oahu. The only other flood alert that we have up right now is for a flood advisory over the south and southeastern side of Hawaii Island. The flood watch also continues until 6 p.m. on Saturday. How's Saturday looking, Nick? That kind of depends on where you are. If you're further east, you might be seeing more rain. Depends on if you're on Maui, Hawaii Island. Again, this system's going to continue shifting further eastward. Nate saying, bruh, my neighbor's roof shingles came off in Napili. Yeah, again, we've been telling you guys about the strong winds. That's the big thing with this is high wind warning up across the entire state. The last time we had a high wind warning was about a month ago, but this is a different direction for the winds. Again, we were seeing very strong trade winds out there last time out of the east and northeast, so the winds were the strongest over the windward side of, or the leeward side of the island. The winds were rushing up the mountains and rushing down and gaining speed on the leeward side. But the winds are coming out of the south and southwest, so it's kind of an opposite situation this time around. So very strong winds still. Again, wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. That's tropical storm strength gust. Again, that's not sustained winds, but still very strong. No power in Makakilo or Kapolei. Yeah, again, power outages. I'm going to see if the digital team's got me the link. I might just go to the website for you guys. Power outages. I don't know if this is the list or the current outages. I'm going to put this in the Facebook chat. And then also the YouTube chat. Okay, hope you guys can see those. There's supposed to be a volleyball game at UH tomorrow. Those canceled. Megan, I couldn't tell you. Again, I would just look at their social media or their website. Right now, we're kind of just focused on the warnings out there. Just the beginning of rainy season, Christopher asked. Actually, we're getting to the end of the wet season. The wet season here is typically in the winter, late fall, winter, and into early spring. Raina said, funny how so many complain that schools are closed. Now you see why. Yeah, of course, we've been talking about the potential for this for a couple of days. I know a lot of people were frustrated the original forecast didn't play out, but the potential was there. We want people to be safe. This isn't just us at H&N saying this. This is the National Weather Service. This is the other news stations as well. There's been the potential for it. We want people to be safe. Get the message out. Makaha Surfside was crazy. It's starting to calm a little. Yeah, again, west side Oahu's starting to calm down a little bit. Let's actually go back to the radar. I'll just let that loop while I'm answering some of the questions. All right, yeah, you can see the system starting to slowly shift further eastward, but moisture is over the eastern portions of Oahu. Some downpours developing just off to the south and southeast of Kauai. No power in Kahuku. Okay. All right, checking YouTube chat. No power on the North Shore. Very windy in Kahului, yeah. Windy in Wailuku. Wailuku, yeah. A little bit of pause over on Maui. No planes went out today. Honolulu Airport. My goddaughter works there. Flood warning is jamming up. At NN-OG4KJ. I'm not saying Drew knows everything, but Google definitely checks with him first. That's not true. Any luck for East Maui? Again, again, this is going to continue shifting further eastward. I hope you guys can see that there's further development happening just to the south and southwest of Maui. Maui's about to get another round of rainfall. I know central Maui really needs the rain, especially with the drought conditions out there. It's raining sideways. Angelibean is saying. Power's out in Volcano. Yeah, you guys got some rainfall earlier today. Again, the southeasterly winds over there have been kind of giving some rain on the southeastern slopes closer to Puna and Volcano. Let's pull up the current winds. I want to make sure that we can show you. Okay, current winds. Take a look at our winds outside right now. Again, the obviously we're seeing rain out there. It's raining sideways because of the wind, but winds are sustained here. This is a sustained wind. All that means is this is a 2-minute average, so it's over a period of two minutes averaged out, and you get the speed that's output. That's defined by NOAA, the National Weather Service. 22 miles per hour out of the south-southwest. Southerly winds over in Wahiwa around 25 miles per hour. 26 in Kahului, but that's not even, these are sustained winds. Again, some max winds. Let's actually pull this up. Max wind gust. I'm going to show you this. Over the last 24 hours, again, this is likely, these max wind gusts are likely from what we've seen from throughout today, because it wasn't as windy yesterday. 52 mile per hour maximum wind gusts in Kona Low, 47 miles per hour in Honolulu, 49 miles per hour in Kahului, 39 in Lanai City. What is the URL for the power outage site? I believe if you just go to the search up HECO outage map, I'll get that link for you guys. Put it in the chat. Power outages. Here you go. This has the link for everything, whoever was asking that. Put that in the Facebook chat. Put that in the YouTube chat. And then, of course, I'm communicating with you guys with @DrewDavisWX. If you guys want to get up-to-date information, I post videos there regularly on my YouTube, also my Facebook and Instagram. Eva Beach, no power. We are out. Yeah, power outages being reported across the state. Let's actually take a look at some of the rain Futurecast. I want to show you the. Let's go to the European weather model, showing you what we're expecting going forward. Again, it's 2:30, so we're seeing the beginning of this. This is going to continue shifting eastward. We're starting to enter more of an impactful weather event for Maui, at least in terms of rain. The winds aren't going to go away. Strong winds out of the south and southwest. We're kind of in that period right now where the winds are going to be the strongest. Shifting a little bit further eastward, maybe another round late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and kind of hangs around the eastern half of the state. Look at this, hanging around Hawaii Island all the way into Sunday. Lingering moisture out there. Maybe some downpours for Kona. This goes all the way into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Lingering moisture out there. And again, when we see like just buckets dumping like this, the concern for flash flooding increases because the ground absorbs all the water that it can. It becomes saturated, and then runoff happens pretty easily. So flash flooding can occur if we do see any more downpours develop. But look at this, all the way into next week we might see more rainfall. So kind of just a wet pattern going forward. @2981772 says Gig'em. Glad to see another Aggie in the chat. Let's see what's going on in Facebook. I'm going back and forth, guys. I'm trying to answer any questions. Jay Kalani Mack is asking if there's any hail out there. I haven't seen any reports of hail, but let's actually, in the meantime, while we have some time together, again, let's. I'm gonna put, while I'm working on this, I'm gonna put the radar back up because I have access to the NWS chat where they're putting all of their alerts, and I am going to. I'm going to put this. See if I can get back into the chat on my personal computer, because that's what I'm using to read the chat. Obviously, you can see the rain coming in from the south and southwest. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Wait, no, one more thing before I can get into the NWS chat, so we can take a look at. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I gotta I'm not looking at the email. I'm looking at Google Authenticator. Again, we're working through this together, everybody. We're kind of in breaking news mode. All right, I'm in. Let's get into NWS chat. NWS Slack. Let's see what's been going on. Again, the flash flooding threat, they've extended in time, and damage threat, they've tagged as considerable. All right, let's read off some of the alerts. Bellows Air Force at Waimanalo said 59 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gusts. Kaneohe Bay, 70 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gusts. 58 miles per hour at Oahu Forest. Schofield Barracks. Sorry, I'm trying to read all of this. Again, if anything does come in, I'll be able to see it now, so we'll be able to get it for you guys. All right. Okay. Okay, here's an updated. This is from 9 minutes ago. Nearly 130,000 customers without power from the National Weather Service. I'm going to put this link in the Facebook and YouTube. Catherine's asking is this live or is this old? This is live. Okay, just updated. Just put in the link in the Facebook Live so you can see the outage map. I believe that's the right link. Yeah, so nearly 130,000 customers without power. As of 2 p.m. Friday, Hawaiian Electric said 113,800 customers are without power across Oahu, and 15,600 customers in parts of Maui County. Again, more rainfall is moving closer to Maui County. And they're saying why restoration can take time. The utility says response may be delayed as crews are not able to make repairs in dangerous weather conditions. That's very obvious with everything going on outside. Richard's asking any news regarding the airport, family flying in. I don't have any updates for the airport right now. If I did, if I find anything out, I'll let you guys know. But obviously my advice for you is to look at like FlightAware, or look at the airline, contact them directly to find out any questions. Pearl City, no electricity. Is the rain stopping on Kauai? Seeing a few showers developing over on Kauai out of the south and southwest. So you can see that rain coming in, but it's not as strong as what we're seeing over the eastern, or over eastern Oahu and just north of Oahu out there. Seeing some lightning getting picked up on the satellite. So it seems like the strongest of this is moving away from us. Again, you're not seeing anything on the radar because the radar can't see that far. Historically bad radar coverage here in Hawaii. Yeah, I'll leave it over Oahu for right now. Lots of big trees down as usual in this situation. Yep. Strong winds. All right, here we're seeing some heavier rainfall actually move in towards south Oahu. 2.5 inches of rainfall per hour just off to the south and southwest of the airport. So likely not anybody taking off anytime soon with this rain coming in. Just south of town of Honolulu, 1.5 inches of rainfall per hour coming down. Is it a fast-moving storm or slow? It's been kind of, the reason it's been so prolonged over the last couple of hours, Donna, is because the winds, the rain is developing off to the southwest of the islands. You can start to see it's moving away further from Oahu, starting to see a little bit of a break for the gathering place for the island of Oahu out there. It's developing out here off to the southwest, and then it's moving up towards the northeast. So it's just been kind of a continuous line of rainfall. You can zoom out and see that. That's why we have that flash flood warning. It's just been a lot of rainfall coming down. And then you can, over the last hour, you can kind of see this looping and getting closer to Maui. It's shifting eastward slowly, but again, we're going to continue to see this shift eastward throughout this weekend. Potentially some impacts for Oahu later tonight. You can already see some activity or some development just to the southwest of Kauai. This is a prolonged multi-day event. Again, here's the storm. Here's the center of the low off to the north and northwest of us. It's very large. It's a very large system, and it has been slow moving. It's been kind of off to the northwest of us the last couple of days. Wanda's asking what happened to Guy Hoggy. Guy Hoggy works the morning shift here at Hawaii News now, so he's off. If you'd like to catch him, you can catch him on Sunrise, our morning show from 4:30 to 9 a.m. All right, checking YouTube. I haven't checked the YouTube chat in a while. Okay, we're gonna let this keep looping. Power's still out, Blake is saying. Yeah, outages. Young Wildfire is asking, will it be worse tomorrow? It just depends on where you guys are. Again, this is slowly shifting eastward. Wilson tunnel lights are out. I believe I saw our reporter Jonathan Misaki reporting on that as well. That the Wilson tunnel lights are out. Power outages in parts of Ala and Waikiki. You can always check the outage map on HECO. We have nearly 130,000 customers from HECO out of power. The latest is on H&N. Throw a shaka if this is live. I think that, yeah, it's live. I hope that was a good enough shaka for everybody. You guys can rate my shaka in the chat if you'd like. Yeah, rain is slowing over the western half of Oahu. Leeward Oahu is not seeing as much rainfall out there. Still some. This band is slowly shifting further eastward. Everybody, again, we're not seeing as much over in Nanakuli or Makaha. Lighter rain coming in, but still, the thing is, we've got strong winds all the way through Sunday. Does the rain help with the drought on leeward sides? Koda Jayla is asking. Yes, but again, Kauai and Oahu and Niihau have seen so much rainfall this wet season that there's no drought present. Again, the ground's still. We always need the rain, right? But when it's easier to saturate the ground, you've got the risk of flash flooding. Yeah, south side's getting heavy. It's coming in. You guys can, yeah, let's go to the latest radar scan. It's coming in. We were just taking a look at that a second ago. Everybody's rating the shaka. Wanda's watching from Florida. We're not going to do a Florida weather forecast again. We're here. We're focused on Oahu and Maui County and the rest of the state right now. I haven't been focusing on the Big Island too much. Let's take another look at our first alert Futurecasts. Again, there's the potential for some heavier rainfall as this band continues to shift further eastward throughout tonight. This is early Saturday morning around 5 a.m. and then it shifts closer to Hawaii Island. Again, we could continue to see some pop-up downpours, maybe even some thunderstorms over. Seems like the heaviest rainfall is expected over the Kona side of Hawaii Island. Again, with that happening, again, the winds are coming out of the south, pushing up a lot of the moisture over the leeward side out there. And this continues throughout into Sunday. Windward Maui could still see some heavy rainfall. Windward Hawaii Island, also parts of Puna, Pahoa, Volcano. It's possible over the eastern half of the state, but how long is the wind going to blow? Let's take a look. Right now, we're expecting the high wind warning to last. The high wind warning is going to last until 6 a.m. on Sunday. So winds are going to be weakening going into Sunday. I could see there's a possibility of like a slight window of time where we see a wind advisory, like it gets downgraded to a wind advisory. You see winds all the way into Saturday, becoming more southwesterly, and then you start to see them weakening more to a more manageable scale. This continues, even if you don't see rain tomorrow, it's going to be gusty. Like here's Saturday afternoon, 20 to 25, a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. Seems like we're seeing the strongest winds right now. Winds are going to shift to be more southwesterly again throughout this. Yeah, Macaulay's seeing heavy rainfall right now. South Shore, Oahu, town, anything east of the airport's kind of getting the rain right now. Yeah, here you go. Here, a lot of people asking for Big Island updates. Here you guys go. Again, you're seeing moisture moving in, kind of lighter showers moving in towards Kailua, Kona, Waikoloa. Also, some showers just over parts of the Big Island, southeastern side, closer to Volcano and Puna. But again, the focus is, this is starting to shift away from Oahu, getting away from eastern Oahu. The winds are still screaming out there, guys. Very strong winds. Even if you see a break, you're still going to be seeing strong winds, and unfortunately that means could mean more power outages, could mean more damage with the strong wind. Sorry, I was reading a chat from our digital director. Just a heads up, coming up at 3 p.m., we're going to take this from me just being live here in the digital center to more of a team effort going on in the studio. We've got Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins in the studio, and also Ben Gutierrez. So at 3 p.m., again, I'm going to repeat this a couple of times. At 3 p.m., you're going to lose me here on Facebook and YouTube, and we're going to go to studio. I'm still going to be here in the digital center for this coverage and answering questions, but we're going to go to the studio. So if you see us cut away, that's what's happening. Power, Henry James is saying power is back on in Eva Beach. Last rainstorm, out of power for 24 hours in Kalihi. Again, yeah, unfortunately we've got power outages, those strong winds. I can hear the wind and the rain. I'm kind of in like an interior room here at the studio, but just the next room over is a glass window, so I can hear it. It is very strong out there. All right. Shim is asking, why is this storm called a Kona Low and not a Kauai Low? Great question. It really has to do with the winds. Again, here's the Kona Low off to the northwest of us. After that, let's take a look at some of the more we'll get into a little bit of the science here. That's what this is for. We've got this low. You can see it spinning. It's rotating counterclockwise, and the reason this is a surface low pressure system. It's being supported by upper level low and a mid-level low. This is spinning counterclockwise, and when it's at the surface, it shifts our wind speeds to be southwesterly, southerly, and here in Hawaii, we call those Kona lows. Kona means leeward, so the Kona side of the island is getting winds. That's the reason it's called a Kona Low, and they're very hard to forecast for. I'm sure all of you guys have seen that it's been very hard to forecast for, but we are seeing impacts right now. Can we stream the news channel on here, Drew? The news channel is going to replace me here. We're going to go to Studio A at 3 p.m. It'll be with Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins. I'm still going to be here. I'm going to be answering questions. Once they'll cut back and forth. So you guys are going to lose me at 3. I'm also going to be back at 7 p.m. to do another update like this, like we did last night. Yeah, you guys can see that the Waikiki, South Shore, East Oahu getting pounded right now. More rainfall coming up from the south, but it's likely going to continue shifting further eastward. Maybe a little bit of a lull. More rainfall possible later this evening for Oahu, but you can see it is shifting away. At least the heaviest rainfall is shifting away towards East Oahu, Ainahaina, Hawaii, Kailua. It's definitely coming down. It's definitely coming down windward side right now. Brandon's asking, he's still waiting for the severe thunderstorms to pop up. I believe that won't happen. It seems like we've been pretty lucky. We haven't seen any severe weather that's impacted the islands. There's been a couple of really strong thunderstorms out there. I'm going to take this the last 6 hours so you can kind of see the loop. So again, here you go. You can see this moving across the state. There's one of those stronger thunderstorms just to the south of Maui. You can see that right there, the lightning embedded in this. I'm actually going to show you this. We've been very lucky with not having some of these cells, these stronger cells moving in on. This is not live. This is from 12 p.m. today. There's pockets of 4 inches of rainfall per hour in that thunderstorm earlier today. But again, that dissipated pretty quickly and didn't make its way up to Maui. But we've been pretty lucky so far in terms of severe thunderstorms. There's been some unconfirmed reports of hail. I haven't confirmed that, and I haven't seen any reports from the National Weather Service, but I keep seeing people comment about it. But again, I don't have any confirmation for you guys on that. Let's check Molokai in Lanai. Give some love to the islands. They don't get talked about as much. You can see heavier rainfall moving in towards Mauna Loa, southwest, coming in from the southwest. It's going to get pretty heavy there. Unfortunately, the Molokai radar is currently down, so we're not seeing the full picture. Again, we're looking at what's going on the Kauai radar. It's been kind of frustrating that we don't have access to that radar data. It gives us kind of a radar hole. We only have 4 radars here. A lot of the radars already have to deal with blockage from the mountains, but like when one goes down, it's especially during an event like this, it's frustrating. Garrett's asking, is there hail on Oahu? Right now, we're not seeing hail. Garrett's also asking, it's going to rain on Sunday. Garrett, I got to know where you are to be able to answer that question. Yeah, AJ's saying Makaha side died down on the rain. Yeah, rain's kind of moving out over East Oahu right now. Maybe a few showers coming down to Makaha, stronger winds. A little bit of a break for the western side. Jay's saying Jay saying windward side is very bad where he works. Power equipment is covered with 10 feet of water. Yeah. Again, the winds very strong, especially as they rush up the Kona Low coming out of the south and rushing down, gaining speed on the other side. Winds making it very hard to traverse the poly. There were some down trees when I was driving into work earlier today, and also heavy rainfall coming down out there. Dean saying, when do you anticipate most of the rain moving out? Dean, I'm seeing right now, it seems like most of the rain is moving. We're still seeing heavier rain. Latest scan showing this is continuing to move away. But we might have a little bit of a lull here. We're going to have to watch the development that's still happening off to our southwest. This could continue to impact us into Saturday. Again, the messaging here, the National Weather Service is... yesterday, John Bravender, great meteorologist with the National Weather Service, during the governor's press conference said there might be lulls, and it's kind of hard to forecast without the availability of like convective allowing models out here, like very common on the continental United States. You can't really go hour by hour. It's very hard to. We're using global models, which have a much lower resolution. So, but right now, at least for the next couple of hours, maybe a little bit of a lull out there. You can start to see a little bit of sunny skies over West Oahu as well. Garrett saying I'm in Kaimuki and Tantalus. Yeah, it seems like. Oh, what was the question, Garrett? Sunday probably not as much rainfall for Oahu, Garrett. Big Island. Yeah, let's zoom out so we can see Big Island. All right. Yeah, rain just let up downtown Honolulu. Hey, thank you. It's the Skeptical Engineer. I believe you're a regular watcher of my YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's kind of letting up out there. Let's check. I'm gonna check NWS chat as well. See what's going on. No new updates. Data feed. 73 mile per hour wind gusts reported from AWAS report. Yeah, again, that's right on cue. The NWS does a really good job of getting those forecasts. 70 mile per hour gusts. That was part of their messaging. Great guys over there. All right, again, if you're just joining us, you're going to lose me here in the Digital Center at 3 p.m. We're going to go live to the studio. We're going to go to studio with our meteorologist, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins at 3 p.m. And then Ben Gutierrez is also going to be there. Mark Carpenter is also going to be able to report some things going on. A little bit of a lull. Again, we can't let our guards down. We got to continue to watch this. Poly's still shut down in both directions. Thanks for that report, Young Wildfire. Choke rain, East Hawaii. Yeah, lots out there. It is calming down. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in closer to Oahu, showing you what's going on. Yeah, you can see it has calmed down. Most of it's over windward, Kailua, Waimanalo, Kaneohe. Poly's probably getting slammed, or has been getting slammed. No, just Gunblade's asking, do we refresh YouTube or just stay here, don't refresh. It's going to be on the same stream, I believe, and if not, it'll be on the same YouTube channel or the HNN streaming channel or the Facebook channel. Someone, MP6YM is saying, Drew, any new weather jokes? No, I don't have any new ones. If you've got one, put it in the chat, though. What's the prediction for Oahu tomorrow? Again, the flash flooding risk is still possible out there, guys, going into tomorrow. Let's go through the Futurecast again. Thanks, Matt. You got me? You guys got me back there? Test, test, test. Yeah, I'm talking to our news director to see if he can hear me. I got another mic on. Will the west side be clear for my 7 p.m. reservation at the Cheesecake Factory? Jolene, it's possible. Again, we are seeing a little bit of a lull out there, but we are seeing further development as we're going into the we're going to see more development going forward. You can already start to see a little bit of development off to the southwest. If this holds together, we're still waiting to see. My best suggestion for you is just stay tuned to us as we continue to watch the radar. Dean saying, mahalo, Drew. My wife and I watch your YouTube reports daily. Thanks for watching. Here, one of our engineers coming in. Hey, what's up, Joseph? Yeah, I can hear them. Nobody's responded to me yet. So my mic's on. I have yellow mic. KK, you got me? Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Checking the mic. Cool. Again, guys, if you're with us, we're about to go to our live stream. We're about to go to Studio A, coming up in 5 minutes with Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins. Jonathan Masaki is going to be there reporting on traffic. And I'm going to be here in the Digital Center. We're going to continue to report, answering questions here. So stay here on the chat. I'm going to take note of the questions, and I'll answer the most asked ones here live for you guys throughout the rest of this evening. Brittany's asking, do we have to evacuate? The only way I could answer that question is if you get an evacuation order. One comes up on your phone or one comes in. I wouldn't recommend evacuating. That's going to come down from the government, not me. Okay, coming up here again, we're gonna go to the Studio A. We're gonna have Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins. Me, I'm still gonna be here answering questions, but we'll go back and forth. And I am going to say goodbye. Coming up here in a couple minutes. Still going through the chat. Are there any models that predict the low to shift back west during the weekend? No, it's going to continue moving up away from us. There is another potential round of rainfall next week, which we're going to have to watch closely. It doesn't look to be as impactful. Okay, I think that's about it for me in the Digital Center. Again, we are going to be going to the Studio A. This has become more of a team effort. Everybody's going to be coming in from the H&N team. I'm still going to be here. And also, don't leave this live stream. We're still going to be here with you guys. It's just going to go to a team effort. We're going to get reports from traffic, get reports from Mark, Jennifer Robbins, Ben Gutierrez. The whole team's coming in. So thank you guys for tuning in. Remember, stay here. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll have another round of updates coming from the team. See you guys later.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is extended coverage of this first alert weather day. The Kona Low is taking full effect at this hour, and our first alert weather team is tracking it for you. This is the view from our tower cam, which is really changing by the hour. Just before noon, it was completely socked in with rain and cloud coverage. Now, a touch more visibility. High winds and heavy rain, however, are happening across the island chain. After picking up in intensity overnight, the system unleashing a combo of massive downed trees, washed out roads, widespread power outages, and powerful winds. At this hour, a flash flood warning is in effect for Honolulu County, and evacuations have been ordered at Otake Camp in Waialua. Shelters are available for anyone impacted by flooding. The nearest shelter location is Waialua High School. The National Weather Service tells us rain was falling at a rate of 1 to 3 inches per hour, with more cells on the way. Significant stream rises have been observed at streams in Waiahole, Makaha, Kaukonohua, and the Manoa Palolo Drainage Canal. This is a look at the impacts of this system. Down trees in different parts of Oahu, from Waikiki to windward and central Oahu neighborhoods. We're also tracking a significant power outage. As of 2 p.m., HECO says nearly 114,000 customers are without power across Oahu, another 15,600 in parts of Maui County. That includes Maui, Lanai, and Molokai. HECO is urging customers in Hawaii Kai in East Honolulu, get ready for the chance of extended outages that may last overnight or longer. As a result of the power outage, the city also tells us Skyline service is suspended between East Kapolei and Waipahu. On Maui, Lahaina got more than 3 inches of rain in the past 24 hours as video has been coming into our newsroom over the last several days. Some upcountry neighborhoods approached 4 inches of rain. Right now, there are 4 shelters open on Maui County: Kaunakakai Gym on Molokai, Lahaina Civic Center in West Maui, South Maui Community Park Gym, and Maui High School Gym in Kahului. On Kauai, there is a brown water advisory for the entire county. This is the scene at Kalapaki Bay. As of right now, a Red Cross evacuation center is located at Kapa'a Middle School. All county offices, facilities, and services are closed. And as the storm moves east, this is truly a statewide storm right here. This is a big event. Hawaii Island expected to be the area of focus this weekend. Here's a current view of our HeloCam. And up on the mountains, blizzard conditions and wind speeds up to 100 miles an hour or more are expected. As a precaution, the road to the summit, as well as Mauna Loa Road within the national park, are both closed with ice and snow expected. Our first alert weather team has been tracking this storm since last week, following it hour by hour. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has our latest check on the forecast and what we're seeing on the radar at this moment. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark, for all of those updates. And good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're riding out this storm safely at home, and we're riding it out with you. You can see the center of this Kona Low is well north of us, but continues to pull this deep tropical moisture our way. Fortunately, we haven't seen any severe thunderstorms. A lot of that activity has just been north of us, but we've been seeing steady rain, relentless rain come at us. And you can see that steady plume that's well south of the island chain that is directed and entrained over the island. So we will be seeing lots of moisture into the next couple of hours, but the winds are going to be really picking up. And this is going to be a big wind event, especially downwind of the mountains over windward neighborhoods. As I was coming into work, I just dropped off my kids in Kaneohe, and the rain was coming in sideways. And we were seeing lots of debris on the roadways, so be careful out there. You could actually see it is going to be low visibility in these spots, especially with that sideways rain and that flying debris. And I just want to take a moment to personally thank all of the crews and first responders. They're doing a great job clearing that debris out there. But if you don't need to be on the roadways, it's really safe to be at home because it is quite messy out there. Taking a closer look, we have a flood watch across the entire island chain now. And like Mark was talking about, this is a statewide event. Kauai actually seeing some breaks finally after a long night for you, but we do have what's called a flash flood warning on the gathering place. You can see pockets of heavy rain has been approaching the eastern end of the state. At times, flood advisories even stretching all the way to even Hawaii Island. But a flash flood warning on Oahu. Let's take a closer look. We have rates coming out 1 to 3 inches per hour. That has brought significant rise in our streams, periods of heavy downpours. And like I was talking about, driving through this is very unsafe because we're seeing sideways rain over the mountains. We are seeing very low visibility, so be careful out there. And what else I ran into on my way from work, I live on the windward side. I actually face a lot of potholes too that will catch you off guard, so be careful out there. Lots of ponding, runoff, and debris on the roads, and we will be seeing that warning up until about 6:30. That steady plume of moisture is talking about, it's like a deep river of moisture that we're connected to. There's the center of that low pressure system, the Kona Low. It was directed over Kauai last night. That's where the brunt of the rain was. Now it's shifting a little bit more east, and then later tonight will shift even farther east, and then eventually the focus will be over the eastern end of the state. You can see some clearing. The radar coverage not great on Kauai, but you could actually see some of those pockets of heavy rain that still continues to pop up on satellite there. Those are towering clouds that we're seeing over the mountains. So runoff is still a possibility. And then you see heavy lightning strikes just north of us. And we have been seeing some sporadic downpours, and then embedded within this line, a few thunderstorms that will be marching towards Molokai, Lanai, and then parts of Maui. So this will be the focus within the next couple of hours. We did see that heavy band, now starting to see some clearing, but the grounds are very saturated, and that's why that flash flood warning is going to be up until probably 6:30. We've been seeing lots of rain, especially near Wahiwa, Dole Plantation. That's over 10 inches of rain that has already fallen. On the windward side, we've been seeing sideways rain because of those strong winds. So over those windward neighborhoods, this is going to be a big wind event into the next couple of hours. Now the focus is going to be shifting over Molokai. I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see some flood alerts come up here soon, and also over the West Maui Mountains. Lahaina's been getting their fair share of rain. We've been seeing on and off showers through Kihei, but a little bit more quiet. The most rain, the House of the Sun, Haleakala, has been seeing quite a bit there. Taking a closer look at Hawaii Island, hit or miss showers, but we have that flood advisory that we're seeing over Hawaiian beaches and through Volcano. So with this Kona Low, the impacts, let's break it down for you. This is where we are right now. We're seeing the peak of the storm, lots of flooding, ponding, gusty conditions, steady waves of rain. The heaviest right now over Oahu and also Maui County. And then tonight, that's going to be shifting towards the east. We'll continue to see gusts above 50 miles per hour. Already seeing recordings of 58 to 60 miles per hour in some spots. Rates will pick up to 1 to 3 inches per hour over Maui County and Hawaii Island into Saturday morning. Less intense over the western end of the state Saturday morning. And then the focus will be over Maui County and Hawaii Island at least through Sunday. But then we're really going to see things slow down. And you could actually see we're going to be wrapping things up quite quickly by Sunday night. Taking a closer look at the rainfall totals, it has been impressive to get a lot of rain in a short amount of time. A long night over on Kauai. Mount Waialeale got 10.35 inches of rain. Lihue, about 6 inches of rain. Port Allen, 4 inches. And I was talking about Dole Plantation. This area has been getting hit hard the last couple of weeks. Already 10.45 inches of rain. Maunawili, you can see 8.19 inches. Waianae Valley even some of those Leeward neighborhoods that are bone dry usually are getting lots of rain. You see 5.7 inches of rain there. Molokai Airport, nearly 3 inches. We have been seeing sporadic downpours, and the focus now will be over the eastern end of the state. Even though these numbers may seem quite low in some spots, especially Hawaii Island, they will be quickly rising into the night. And the most rain over on Hawaii Island has been reaching about 1.5 to 2 inches, but we easily can get up to even 10 inches of rain. So a powerful Kona Low. Flood watch is up for all of the islands. We could see a few thunderstorms embedded within this. At least the weather models earlier runs did show severe thunderstorms. We're not seeing that right now. Some of that energy has been suppressed with the cloud cover and also with the upper level dynamics, but we're still seeing fierce winds, gusts up to 50 to even 60 miles per hour, snow on the mountains, and you can see winter storm warning above 10 to 11,000 feet on Hawaii Island. We're talking about 12 to 18 inches of snow, and the winds are going to be very fierce there on the mountain tops, and that's why there's those those road closures. As far as sustained winds, we don't see this every day in Kailua Kona. Very strong winds, 35 miles per hour. Gusts have been exceeding about 40 to even 50 miles per hour there. That will continue into the night. So high wind warning. Like I said, this is going to be a big wind event along with the rain that's rushing through right now. And there's the wind flow that we're seeing coming out of the south, at least through Sunday. And then by the time we get into next week, look at there, we'll have the trade winds back in the forecast. Finally, a break from this Kona Low. So we are going to be seeing lots of rain in the picture into the night. You see the focus is going to be shifting over towards Maui County and Hawaii Island into the next couple of hours into tomorrow, and the rainfall totals could potentially be substantial. So keep it tuned here, your First Alert team. We're still calling First Alert weather days Saturday, still seeing activity on Sunday, but a light at the end of the tunnel. Drew is going to be continuing with our team coverage. You can see Drew on Thursday and Friday, finally trade wind flow.
Aloha, Jen. Like you said, we're still going to see rainfall throughout the next couple of days, especially as the system continues to move further eastward. One of the things that we've been doing on our digital platforms throughout this event is we've been hosting these kind of live chats on Facebook and YouTube. So just if you're watching us on any of those social platforms, or if you're not watching us and would like to ask questions, you can log in and put it in the chat. So again, I've been reading some of the questions that we have outside right now. Again, a lot of the questions that we've seen across the state have been more so like referred to like, is it going to rain here? When's the rain going to stop here? So if you do have a question, make sure to include your location so I can answer you correctly. One of the things that I have been talking about, I've been reading off some of the wind readings that have come from the National Weather Service. Let's just read through some of the gusts that we've seen over the last couple of hours. Again, I'm going to go to the data feed in the NWS chat. Again, we still have a flash flood warning up for the island of Oahu. Still seeing lighter rainfall over the central portions of the island. You can see the rainfall has been moving away off towards the east and northeast. Let's take a look at some of the gusts, though. A report from the National Weather Service. Non-thunderstorm wind gusts 73 miles per hour, also 68 miles per hour. So we continue to see very strong winds outside. Again, this is going to continue to be very windy over the next couple of days, even if you're not seeing rainfall out there. I'm going to zoom out and also show you what's going on the First Alert radar and satellite. Most of the reason we've been seeing continuous rainfall from this system is just kind of the orientation of the rainfall. So it's been developing off to the southwest of us, and you can very clearly see from this radar loop over the last 30 minutes, moving up towards the northeast. So it's kind of just continuing to be lined up over the islands, and that's what's been happening this afternoon and throughout midday over Oahu. Like Jennifer Robbins mentioned, we haven't been seeing a lot of severe weather out there. The potential has always been there. We've been seeing the thunderstorms. Cloud covers kind of suppressed some of the instability out there, but we haven't been seeing very many thunderstorms over the islands. Of course, we've seen them surrounding the islands, like what we're seeing up to the north and northeast of us right now. This is getting picked up on the satellite imagery, but again, it's not getting picked up on radar because the radars can't see that far, or in the case of the Kauai radar, it's completely blocked. Can't really see off to the northeast because of the mountainous areas to its north. Again, we're starting to see a little bit of development over to the southwest of Kauai. You can see starting to see a few heavier showers out there. Let's actually take a look at the latest data. I'm going to take a look at the rainfall rates in some of these. 3.4 inches of rainfall per hour in some of these cells. Again, these are relatively close to the radar off to the south shore of Kauai. So maybe some pockets of heavier rainfall that are going to continue moving up, maybe just clipping the south and southeastern shore of Kauai, and further development happening off to the southwest. So again, we're still in the storm system throughout the next couple of days. Again, the messaging yesterday from John Bravender from the National Weather Service, an excellent meteorologist at the National Weather Service. At the governor's press conference, he said, there may be lulls, and we want you guys to be prepared, and we might be entering one of those lulls for Oahu as we continue to watch some development off to the southwest. So we're going to continue to see how that plays out. Let's go to the chat. We're going to read some of the questions that we're seeing in the chat. Yeah, we've had a bunch of power outages of people asking about power outages and where we have power outages currently. One of the things, I'm going to throw that into the chat so you can actually see. I'm going to put that into the comments right now. So if you're watching, you can see the latest update from our team. We've got a working website, our working
web story on our website. I'm going to throw that in the chat so you'll be able to actually take a look at the latest outages as of reported. I believe the story, if I pull it up, I'm going to just read what our team has written up. HECO working to restore power to 130,000 on Oahu and Maui. So again, we've got a lot of power outages across the state right now. Again, will we have power soon at Wahiwa? Obviously, it might take some time to restore your power. We even wrote that up in our story. The utility is saying response may be delayed because of the active weather going on out there with the strong winds we're seeing across the state. And this is a quote from one of their workers. We know people want to get their lights on back as quickly as possible. I mean, who wouldn't want to have power? So they're committed to stay on the job and keep working as long as it's safe to do so. Again, we are starting to see a little bit of a lull out there over Oahu. Let's zoom into where we're seeing some of the heavier rainfall moving in, which is over Molokai and Lanai. Again, let's show some love to some of the other neighbor islands as well. Let's take a look at some of the rainfall rates as well. Just off to the southwest of Lanai, nearly 1.25 inches of rainfall per hour just to the southwest of the island. Over West Molokai, closer to 1/2 inch of rainfall. Very strong winds across the state. Again, the National Weather Service did issue a high wind warning across the entirety of the state. It is now statewide. Yesterday, there was a high wind watch up for the Big Island that was then upgraded to a wind advisory. Now it's a high wind warning. This is until 6 a.m. on Sunday. Strong winds continuing tomorrow. Southwesterlies between 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting closer to 70. So strong winds continue. We're going to continue to see strong winds over the next couple of days. A couple of chats. Did anywhere get hail? I've been seeing that question pop up a lot. I haven't seen any official reports or any videos of hail come in. I've seen a few comments mention that they saw hail, but nothing confirmed that we've been able to see. But again, if you have video of that, again, we haven't been seeing a lot of severe weather out there, not very many thunderstorms over the islands. But if you did, send it into our newsroom and we can get confirmation of that. All right. No new questions coming in from the chat. I think we're going to wrap it up here in the digital center, and then we're going to send it over to Mark Carpenter at the desk.
Thank you very much, Drew. Drew has been working so hard over the last several days, staying on top of these updates and really ramping up our social media presence, making this an interactive experience. This is a statewide event, and our First Alert Weather team is here for you. We are staying on top of it. We want to reiterate the top story at this hour right now from the last update from the National Weather Service, a significant update. A flash flood warning is in effect for Honolulu County. Evacuations have been ordered at Otake Camp in Waialua. Shelters are available for anyone impacted by the flooding. The nearest shelter location is Waialua High School. We also have additional water coming over the Wahiwa Reservoir spillway, and Kamehameha Highway is closed at the Waikane Stream due to flooding. So that just speaks to the size of this system right now, having an effect on both Waialua and then Waikane out in windward Oahu. So we are keeping track on top of it right now. The flash flood warning remains in effect until 6:30 this evening. As Drew was mentioning, that we could be in a little bit of a lull, somewhat of a pause period as we're monitoring the activity of this storm. Speaking of activity, there's been a lot happening on the roads today. Governor Josh Green yesterday essentially ordered the state closed with all public schools shut down, UH shut down to really keep people off the road, stay away from any sort of traffic hazards. But still, that doesn't erase the fact that when you're out on the roads today, it is still very difficult. Let's send it over to Jonathan Masaki with an update. How's it looking out there, Jonathan?
Well, you put it really in succinct fashion right there. You see right here, this camera, it really shows you what's going on. This is actually the H1 westbound right by the Poly off-ramp, actually that exit to School Street. You see that water right there, the flooding, the ponding that is occurring, which is causing quite a bit of a backlog right now. You can't see it on this camera, but just a little bit before this, there was a police officer that's kind of channeling the traffic into the farther left lanes, because obviously you can see the right lane after you get past the School Street exit is flooded. Now, a lot of people also choosing the option right here to kind of take that School Street off-ramp to avoid the flooding that's going on the H1 right now. If I take you back just a little bit right here, you can kind of see it's kind of free and clear leading up to this area. If you're trying to get into the east part of the city, it's tied up, but this is traditionally because of Punahou. Many of our our cameras are down, so I'm going to hit the camera, and you may not see anything because things are really kind of on the blink right now. You can see right here. This is at H1 and Liliha, so it clears up a little bit right after that School Street exit. Let's get a little bit farther down again and show you what it's like at the Middle Street merge. You see that heavy clouds that are occurring, and then also the traffic, though, looking very, very nice. And as you know, Drew and Jen and Mark have been telling you, it's kind of an ebb and flow. It's not coming down hard right now, but that could change very shortly, like we experienced on the windward side when I was there early today. When we got there, it was nice and clear, and then all of a sudden it just started to pour. Speaking of the windward side, let's take a look at the Poly Highway and Jack Lane right now. See, not too much rain coming down, but obviously the evidence is that it was very wet, as the conditions there look very wet in both directions. I can't get you a shot on the Like bit because the cameras are down in that direction. We're going to try to get to the H1 eastbound. Right here you can see at H1 and Ka'amilo, nice good flow happening, and a little bit farther down, hopefully that camera will be working. And as I told you, it's kind of hard to predict which cameras will not be on right now. So I'm going to flip through, hopefully get to one that actually works. Let's get you back over here. Again, the hot spot, Poly Highway and the H1 off-ramp. That's the big hot spot. The alternative you could take is try to get on the side streets, maybe Baratania, or maybe get onto Nimitz Highway and avoid the area at all costs because it is pretty heavy right now. And I know there's a police officer, like we said, at the entryway a little bit farther before this. So I know HPD's on the scene trying to work on it. Obviously, we'll keep you updated on what's going on with traffic, but for right now, that's the latest from the First Alert Traffic Desk. Mark, back to you.
Mahalo nui, Jonathan. Yeah, and the traffic cams being down speaks to exactly what is happening right now around Oahu. We want to let you know again, HECO says nearly 114,000 customers are without power across Oahu, another 15,600 in parts of Maui County. That includes Maui, Lanai, and Molokai. HECO is urging customers in Hawaii Kai and East Honolulu to get ready for the chance of extended outages that may last overnight or perhaps even longer. As a result of the power outage, the city also tells us Skyline service is suspended between East Kapolei and Waipahu. We have been getting regular updates from Hawaiian Electric, and we also want to say mahalo to the crews that have been so busy working last night because the outages started happening last night and into this morning. They're really going into some rough terrain, especially when you have the lines combined with the mix of powerful winds and you have the rain coming down. So hence the reason for the possibility of extended outages. They're working as hard as they can to get electricity back online. If you do not have power, hopefully you were watching us through a data plan perhaps, or a backup generator through Wi-Fi, just to stay informed with what is happening. As we were discussing the power outages, we're giving you a shot of pipeline. You can see the brown water that really is unfolding on the North Shore. Let's take that shot again if we could. Just speaking to how the effects of a system like this brings the traffic, brings the down lines, brings the down trees, and also impacts the coast in so many different ways. And you have the brown water. Jennifer Robbins, what stands out to you most? And when you're looking at the radar over the next several hours, what really jumps out to you, and what are you something that you're keeping an eye on?
We are continuing to watch copious amounts of rain directed over parts of the state. Now we're seeing a little bit of a dry slot, Mark, at least over the far western end of the state, but still it's going to be sporadic in nature where we're having hit or miss showers even during that time. So we will be seeing in those lulls some individual cells that could be quite intense. And right now we have a flash flood warning up, and it's really slow on the radar, but we're seeing lots of runoff. It's been steady rain through the overnight hours, especially over those Windward and Malkin neighborhoods. We've been seeing rain since late into the night through the morning, and it's been nonstop. Now we're starting to see much lighter rain in the forecast, but the runoff is still there, the ponding is still there, and we have been seeing those rising streams, which is a big concern. And I know if you've been driving around the island, probably one of the most dangerous spots would be along Kamehameha Highway. That's just notorious with those rising streams, that we're seeing lots of runoff there, and you could be cut off going over the windward side. So we're watching that area very carefully. The focus will be shifted over Maui County into the next couple of hours, and then eventually we will be seeing more action on Hawaii Island. So we are seeing a lot of moving parts here. We're talking about that flash flood warning up, and you can see the waves of energy that have been moving through. Now you can see that lull, but we're still seeing just a few showers over the Ko'olau Mountains. But earlier today we had had 10 inches of rain over Dole Plantation, and that has been overwhelming at points. We're getting, even though we're not seeing severe thunderstorms, we've been seeing steady rain and at times heavy pockets of rain that has been coming down at rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour, excuse me. So significant rise in streams. So we're no longer seeing the rainfall rates there, but we're still seeing the rising streams. And then at times we will be seeing periods of heavy rain. And because the winds are so strong, it is coming in sideways. Lots of ponding and runoff and debris. And we will be seeing into the night the flood watch continue. Now it's until Saturday evening, and we're seeing this first wave. We've been talking about how that steady stream was sitting over Kauai last night. Now we got the brunt of it over the gathering place. Now it's shifting over Maui County. We will continue to see that steady plume of moisture associated with this deep tropical moisture pulled from the south that's making its way down the island chain, making it a statewide event. But along with it, those winds are going to be fierce at times. We will be seeing winds up to about 50 miles per hour and then snow on the summit. So we have a winter storm watch. So you can see a lot of layers to this system with this Kona Low. It started off pretty slow into the week where we had waves of energy and the atmosphere took its time to destabilize. But now we're seeing that cold air with the jet stream closest to the islands right now. And that's what's filtering in that cold air. We're also seeing what's called a tight pressure gradient. We have low pressure to the north, and we actually have higher pressure off in the distance. And that's what's funneling in some of those really strong winds that we're seeing. And we have been seeing gusts exceed about 58 to 60 miles per hour across the state. You see the severe thunderstorms that were originally forecasted with some of the weather models are there, but they're over open waters. And that's a good thing that we're watching. We're hoping that none of that could happen because some of these individual cells that had special marine statements with them, they could produce straight line winds of 58 miles per hour, which is very dangerous. So at least a lot of that has been remaining over open waters, and we're getting steady streams of moisture. At times it could be overwhelming with the intensity, but as far as the thunderstorm activity, we're seeing a lot of that to the north. We're seeing some individual thunderstorms to the south of us that will be watching into the night, and something we'll have to keep a close eye on. So more moisture, more sporadic though over on Kauai. The radar coverage isn't great, as you know, because of the mountain tops there. We're not seeing what's going on along the north shore. We're kind of in the blind there, but we are seeing some pockets of heavy rain still remain over the mountains. And you can see south of the island there, more steady streams of moisture will be coming into the picture. Now we're watching this steady stream of deep tropical moisture that goes well to the south. You can see it there. It's like a river of moisture just sitting on top of the islands. It started on Kauai last night, shifting over us, and now we're seeing this wave come over Molokai, Lanai, and that's where the heaviest of the showers are right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if a flood advisory will pick up there soon. But we do have a flash flood warning up, and that's due to the runoff we're still seeing. Now the heaviest of the rain approaching Molokai. We're talking about 1 to 2 inches per hour, so be careful with the runoff. We have the tallest sea cliffs in the world there, and we could see a lot of the downsloping winds over those windward sides and along the north slope, so pretty dangerous winds too. And Lanai, we're seeing some heavy pockets of rain come into the picture, approaching Lahaina and the West Maui Mountains, but you can see hit or miss showers for the most part, with most of the rain confined over the mountains on Maui. And then it's been hit or miss showers, but we've had flood advisories on Hawaii Island, but more sporadic. So this is going to be shifting over towards Hawaii Island later tonight. We'll see how much energy holds, but it looks like that plume of moisture is going to be holding into the night, focused over Maui County and Hawaii Island, along with those winds. Those winds are going to be with us at least through Saturday, but less intense by Sunday morning. Hawaii Island still seeing some rain, and also we'll be seeing some pop-up showers continue. So we're not in the clear yet. We're still going to be seeing these strong winds into the night. And then you see, Mark, we're talking about a high wind warning with southwest winds. The National Weather Service put this out of 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts up to 70. I did see readings up to about 60 miles per hour so far. So this is something we're watching into the night. And with the saturated grounds, that could be very dangerous for downed trees and also power lines. So something we're still keeping a very close eye on. Mark?
Thanks so much, Jen. Really something that makes it a multi-day event. We want to give you a live look from our tower cam right now. This view underscoring really what today has been like, where you have the strong winds shaking the camera. You can see the clouds off in the distance. You can see the rain out there moving in. And then at times, what we've been seeing from this view is that the view has been completely socked in, covered by cloud coverage, seeing all the rain there. So we are following this storm from all angles. Drew Davis, we want to send it back to you in the Hawaii News Now Digital Center. Now, what Jen was talking about, how this storm is moving from Kauai, parked over Oahu, now it's turning its attention to Maui County and Hawaii Island. What does that tell you about the speed at which this system is moving?
Aloha, Mark. Again, this system, like we've been talking about, we've been seeing kind of the development off to the southwest of Oahu and then moving up towards the northeast. The reason we've been seeing so much rainfall is because the cells have kind of been training. That's a meteorological term, meaning we're seeing continuous rain over the same area because of the development off to the southwest, moving up towards the northeast. But overall, it's been moving relatively slowly. Again, from that live tower cam that we were just showing you, very breezy out there. Our winds outside right now, these are the latest readings. These are sustained winds, so 2-minute average winds out there. 24-mile-per-hour winds in Honolulu out of the southwest, nearly 30 miles per hour in Kahului. Kailua Kona, sustained winds of 35 miles per hour. And let's just show you our max wind gusts over the last 24 hours at these same readings. 55 in Lihue, 49 in Kahului, 52 in Kaunakakai, 47 in town in Honolulu, and 39 over in Lanai City. Not as breezy over in Hilo, seeing 24-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but again, those could get much stronger. This thing here is, with this coverage, again, this is a multi-day thing. This continues into Saturday as the event continues to shift further off towards the east, or the storm continues to shift off to the east and southeast. We still could see development throughout late tonight for the parts of Oahu and Kauai. Again, this is lots of instability in the atmosphere. We've got this Kona Low off to the north of us. Let's actually take a look at the first alert radar and satellite and show you what's going on out there. This coverage, again, is collaborative. I'm here in the Digital Center, and I'm reading the chat on our Facebook and YouTube channels. If you're watching on the HNN Live, the HNN streaming app, and you want to ask us questions, just pop open Facebook, pop open YouTube. I'm here to answer them. Again, let's zoom out and show you what's going on our first alert radar and satellite. You can see, Mark, take a look at that. The moisture overall is moving, like I've been saying, from the southwest to the northeast, that training kind of idea that we were talking about just a little while ago. The heaviest rainfall currently moving over Molokai and Lanai. Let's take a look at some of the rainfall rates out there right now. I'm going to go to the latest radar scan. Here you go. Over central Molokai, you've got rainfall rates coming down over 2.2 inches per hour. Again, we're getting the tops of these cells because, again, the Molokai radar is currently down. So we're getting the data from the Kauai radar over Lanai, an inch and a tenth of rainfall per hour. So heavy rainfall currently moving over the islands, and this is going to slowly continue shifting further westward because we also have further development happening off to the southwest of us. This is moving up towards the northeast. We've got strong Kona winds. Even though we're entering a lull over Oahu and Kauai out there, we're still seeing strong winds coming out of the south, which could still cause damage, lead to more outages. And again, like I was mentioning earlier, in our HNN story that we have on Hawaii News Now, 130,000 customers without power right now. I believe that was the latest number that I saw in our chat. Yeah, so we have widespread outages. Again, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. I'll be able to answer them for you guys. The biggest question that I've seen, again, has been, when will the power come back on? We're prepared right now for extended outages. We've got long, this isn't over tonight, even though we might be entering a lull. The messaging has been, this will come in waves. We're even seeing a little bit of clearing over the channel in between Kauai and Oahu. This is going to come in waves. We'll be seeing some stronger winds out there throughout the next couple of days, and then potentially even more rainfall as we're going forward. Off to the southwest, we are seeing some further development of some cells off to the south and southwest of Kauai. You can see these actually moving up. Not as widespread, these, but still moving up. Could bring some heavier rainfall rates. Just clicking into some of these. These, again, are rather isolated. 3 inches of rainfall per hour. These are relatively close to the radar, so we're likely seeing what's going on closer to the surface. These, again, are moving southwest to southeast. We're going to continue to watch this over the next couple of hours. I actually need I'm having some technical difficulties with our chat right now, so I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Drew. It right now, okay? This is a dynamic show, a lot going on. Mahalo nui to all of our viewers for sending in their feedback, sending in their social media questions, because this is, really important right now. We're all in this together. Let's all watch this unfold. Let's give you a live look from our tower cam. This is looking out at Waikiki, really a great vantage point of the South Shore. You see some dangerous conditions. The governor yesterday and several emergency leaders reiterated several times, do not be going out into the ocean. There really is no need on a day like this. It won't be enjoyable, really, and it really puts our first responders at risk. We're told that in the last several minutes, power is back online for customers impacted in the Waikiki area. No word on how many were without electricity in the first place, but because of that, several restaurants throughout the Waikiki Kalakaua Avenue corridor have been forced to close for the day. But power is back online. But as Drew was mentioning, because you're in a lull like this and you have winds on the way, who knows how much longer that would be the case. Hawaiian Electric tells us as of 2 p.m., 114,000 customers are without service. A warning to East Honolulu customers who may have power for now, who may be without power, that if it does go out or if it's already out, be prepared for the possibility of extended outages. The way that the lines are laid out in that region, in that sector of Oahu, going over the mountains, it makes it very difficult for the crews to reach there. We also want to tell you again, flash flood warning is in effect for Honolulu County until 6:30 this evening. Evacuations have been ordered at Otake Camp in Waialua. Shelters are available for anyone impacted. The nearest shelter location is at Waialua High School. We have a crew en route to that area right now and hope to bring you a live look at the conditions in our 4 p.m. hour. Thank you so much for joining us. Giving you a look from our tower cam. Jonathan Masaki, you've had a busy day out on the roads, heading out to Windward Oahu, seeing firsthand what's happening with just the flooded roadways, washed out sectors, trying to commute around, power lights that are out, and then you have a traffic cam up as we speak of just showing how difficult it is moving through town. Take it away, Jonathan.
Well, Mark, this is the hot spot in town right now. You see 2 police officers are on the scene. Just to give you some context as to where this is, because you can't really tell right now, but it's H1. This is in the westbound direction. You see the Nu'uanu overpass there, the School Street exit. That's always a very busy off-ramp, but because one of the lanes is closed right now, there's another cop that's a little bit before that, right after you get past the off-ramp to the Lusitana area. So just be aware of that. These are down to maybe 3 lanes right now. That's the big hotspot we have. If I go a little bit farther up right here, you see it's not bad from this vantage point. In the other direction, eastbound, getting a little bit tied up right by the Punahou Street exit. Let's go to some other cameras to kind of show you what it's like around town. King and Kalihi, you see it's a little bit wet, but traffic is flowing. Again, traffic lights aren't working, so we have to go to that all-point stop when you come to one of those intersections. Let's get a little bit farther down and show you what it's like in King and Hoftailing. Very near this stoplight section is actually working, so it kind of varies depending on where you're going. Waialae, 9th Avenue, here in the Kaimuki area, a slow and go situation right there. That's a very busy area during this time of the day usually, but looks kind of sparse today. Getting into the East Honolulu area, Kalani Anaole and West Hine Drive, there you really see the wind by the trees over there, so the gusts are still happening, a little bit wet and a little bit less traffic in that specific area. Let's go all the way to the Leeward coast, showing what it's like in the Farrington and Haleakala area. No big times over there, but again, a lot of rain coming down. And one final camera to show you, this is going into the Waikiki area, Kalakaua and Kuhio, looking pretty good. As Mark was saying, parts of this area, electricity has been restored. Obviously, we're going to keep you posted as to what's going on as more details come into the First Alert desk.
And before you send it back, Jonathan, I want to ask you, describe for us what it was like for you out today, out in Windward, Oahu, driving around and having to, one, go through the tunnels.
Yes.
Because we had reports of landslides in the area. And then also, too, just commuting through that corridor and seeing parts where, you have roads that are washed out and just the traffic signals, what was happening on your end.
Well, you know, it was kind of like an ebb and flow situation. When we're going through the tunnel, it was completely dark, okay? You can see it right here. So kind of give you that spooky feeling, kind of apocalyptic in a way. But, you know, once you get to the end of the tunnel, then you get to the windward side, which is always usually a very beautiful sight. It was just blanketed with just so much rain. The majestic Kona Low, you couldn't even see it, okay? So like, if you remember some scenes from Lost or other movies, that wasn't the situation today. It was just this blanket of white. You can see right here as we got down a little bit farther down the road where it was just rain coming down. And of course, incoming traffic is what we have to really be careful for. But it was, you know, kind of a treacherous situation. It was kind of nice at times, and then all of a sudden it starts pouring. And when we stopped at certain intersections, you can see just the drops coming down right now. So, you know, my photographer Darren Akita and I were just kind of comparing it to other storms we have lived through in Hawaii, the hurricanes and other strong systems that have come through. And this is kind of up there with one of those highlights that you're going to remember one of these days that you look back on and say, oh my gosh, this is really what it was like. This is right by Na'Lani'eha on the Like Highway. It was coming down when we were going over, and then as we got onto the other side of the island, that's when we knew that it was really going to get to be very, very busy. So Mark, thanks for that question. It was an experience and something that we all need to be aware of as the roads continue to be slick and slippery.
Yeah, and it talks about how, you know, this is a storm that is so huge. It was covering Oahu, and I think a lot of drivers today, if they did go out on the roads, have similar experiences, and because of the conditions like that, those really were the driving factors behind the governor's decision and teaming up with the emergency leaders as well to basically close the state for the day to keep people off the roads, keep them safe, because if you have washed out roads, if you have many landslides, you stay out of harm's way, really. So updates are continuing to come into the newsroom. We have lots of great video, more updates from the National Weather Service. Flash flood warning remains in effect. Let's send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
And coming up in your first...
And it, I believe, was pretty orderly, too, going out on the roadways. A lot of people are driving with Aloha, which is great news. It was humbling and really positive to see. A lot of traffic lights were out where I live on the windward side. People were taking their turns. And my kids were actually pretty excited to have a snow day or rain day here in Hawaii. And I know a lot of families are tucked away at home and just enjoying this day together. So if anything, some quality time together as we ride out this storm. And we are seeing significant thunderstorms just north of the islands. We're watching a cluster just off of Kauai. So we're still not out of the woods yet over the western end of the state. We'll see some sporadic downpours, and really interesting with the components, the mechanisms of a Kona Low. It's not your normal storm that you have on the mainland. This is cut off from the jet stream. It meanders for several days just offshore. The center of the system, well north of us, isn't right on top of us. What we're seeing is actually entrained is this deep tropical moisture that continues to train over the islands, and that's what we're seeing is steady rain. And it took its time to destabilize. Where you remember it was a multi-day event, but the first wave wasn't very impressive when it came to widespread rain, and that's because the atmosphere wasn't as unstable as it is now. You can see the center of the system right there pulling up that deep tropical moisture. We're still seeing flare-ups of thunderstorms well north of us and also south of the islands. Fortunately, those severe thunderstorms have stayed cleared of the islands. We have been seeing a little bit of lightning here and there and some heavier downpours, but for the most part, that has remained over open waters. The cold air associated with this system is going to be lingering near the islands. I don't show this graphic very often, but it depicts the upper level winds that cuts into the system and gives it that support to bring in some heavy downpours. We're seeing that in the forecast into those hit or miss showers. So flood watch continues until Saturday into the evening. The focus will be shifting over the far eastern end of the state, Maui County right now, Hawaii Island into the night. We are seeing just a handful of thunderstorms embedded within the waves of showers. Periods of heavy rain have been sitting over the islands, and now we're seeing that steady hose of rain that's sitting over Maui County and then eventually Hawaii Island. At times, some fierce winds ramping up into the night could be damaging at times. When I was driving from the windward side, we were actually seeing some sideways rain and lots of debris. So this is a time just to hunker down at home and just ride out the storm, and we're riding it out with you. And you can see We are seeing some snow on the mountains later tonight. And we're talking about, Mark, significant snow too, up to 18 inches.
Wow, really impressive. And the impacts of this Kona Low storm have been widespread across the island chain. I mean, we're talking about snow on Big Island summits. We've had the downed trees. We've had the dangerous flooding and massive power outages. Again, HECO tells us as of 2 p.m., 114,000 customers across Oahu alone are without service. Another 15,600 on Maui County. Maui County, of course, including parts of Maui itself. Lanai, Molokai, HECO crews working hard to get customers back online, really, who have been affected for most of the day. And we're really waiting to see what's going to be happening over the next several hours into the evening. Appeared to be in sort of a lull, so to speak, with a break in the rain, but we are looking at high winds. Flash flood warning still remains in effect until 6:30 this evening. Now, we are getting some stunning images into our newsroom. In a day like this, you have spectacular video. It's also dangerous video. With what we've seen speaks to the power of Mother Nature. Let's go to our Stephanie Lum for a look at some of the footage that we've been getting into the newsroom.
Yeah, we want to say mahalo, a big mahalo to our viewers for doing so safely and being our eyes and ears out there at this time. These videos show just how bad the conditions are and reaffirms the message from our government leaders that have been saying that if you don't have to be out on the roads, please do not be out. This is what first responders rushed to, the situation here where a driver in a Honolulu disposal truck was stuck after power lines came down onto his vehicle. This happened on Kewala Street in Waikiki. Now we're taking a look at a rescue mission happening near Market City in Kaimuki. Floodwaters threatening to sweep away several homeless people. Our Link Kawano and Peter Tang were out there, and we'll have much more coming up later in our newscast. In Waikiki, heavy downpours flooded streets. As you can see, this video from Kaleo Kia. This is near the Outrigger Reef Hotel near Halekulani. Floodwaters just taking over the street, completely submerging the sidewalks. In windward Oahu, heavy rains and wind brought down a tree on the Nu'uanu side of Pali Highway going townbound just before 1:30 this afternoon. This video coming in from Kikaukia. Only one lane was open at that time. And earlier this morning, a large tree fell in the busy traffic area of Pi'ikoi and Luna Lilo in Waikiki. Now, no one was injured. The tree took out and damaged a traffic light, and repairs are still underway in that area. So once again, as you can see from these videos that we are showing you just into our newsroom, a lot of safety hazards out there. So if you do not have to be out on the roads, it is best to stay home for the remainder of this storm. And that's the latest from here in the studio. Send it back to you, Mark, on the desk.
Thank you so much, Steph. And mahalo nui again to all of our viewers for staying so vigilant out there, sending in some just really mesmerizing footage showing us what is happening with the power of this Kona Low. Another look at Waikiki right now. You see the sets rolling in, a lot of white water, a lot of strong white water. Look at the shore itself. Pretty clear for the most part. People heeding the warnings to stay out of the water. You don't need to be in there on a day like this. It would not be enjoyable. Now, earlier this week, in our First Alert weather team has been talking about that this Kona Low is potentially very record-setting, very intense in short amounts of time, short bursts, really. We want to send it back over to Drew Davis at the Hawaii News Now Digital Center, who's been monitoring the numbers, staying on top of the different updates that we have been getting from the National Weather Service about what we're seeing in terms of rainfall totals. And Drew, as we bring you in, are there any sort of, from what we've been seeing, especially on Oahu, over the last 24, 36, 48 hours or so, any notable totals that have been perhaps that we could say record-setting?
Aloha, Mark. I haven't been able to see if we've seen any records being broken yet, and if we do, we'll learn that directly from the National Weather Service. But I do want to show you some of the rainfall totals. This is a product that we've put together with the our partners over the Hawaii Climate Data Portal. They've been really kind to let us use their data on air here at Hawaii News Now. You can see this is our Kona Low rainfall totals so far. This doesn't include the rainfall totals from today. I'll read those out in just a little bit over the last couple of hours. Let's just go island by island to show you what's been happening over on each island, where the heaviest rainfall totals have been. Over on Hawaii Island, not much rainfall has fallen from this system so far. Again, this is going to continue shifting further eastward as we're going forward. Heaviest rainfall has been over the West Maui Mountains, Windward, Molokai, and Lanai, closer to maybe 2 to 3 inches of rainfall out there. And you can see yesterday we were seeing heavier showers along the southernmost portions of the Kona Low mountain range and the northernmost portions of the Waianae mountain range on Oahu, closer to 4 to 5 inches over parts of Oahu since March 10th, 2026. And the heaviest rainfall again has been over Mount Waialeale, which I believe is garnered closer to 9 inches of rainfall over the peak of the mountain. So heavy rainfall coming down out there. Again, the big mahalo to our friends over at the Hawaii Climate Data Portal. They are letting us use this data on air, and they do great work. They really allow us to see what's going on with the weather across the state. Historically, I've talked a lot about how Hawaii is data sparse. It's very hard to see what's going on. Our terrain plays into that. Our radar coverage, we can't see what's going on across the entirety of the state. It's rather frustrating when one of the radars goes down. But again, they're doing a great job helping us navigate that blind spot and being able to see what's going on. So big mahalo to them. I'm going to leave this, I'm going to pull up the radar while I'm reading this so you can just see for yourself while we're reading out some of the rainfall totals. Let's actually go to our first alert radar and satellite. I'll read out some of the notable rainfall totals that I'm seeing from the National Weather Service. Again, I haven't seen any record reports come in, but again, those may come in later today if we do see any. Most of the moisture again is over the central portions of the state, kind of entering a lull for Oahu out there, but seeing further development just to the south and southwest of Kauai. Okay, let's read some of the totals from the island of Kauai. North Wailua Ditch over the last 3 hours. Again, it's been kind of quiet over on Kauai. We have seen 4/10 of an inch of rainfall, but the heaviest rainfall totals, of course, have been over Oahu. Let's just go through some of the totals. All right, let's see. Kahuku seen 6/10 of an inch over the last 3 hours. And just under 7/10 of an inch over the last 24 hours. Again, that may not be exactly true. This is just what the weather observing station has seen. Moanalua, an inch over the last 3 hours, an inch and a half over the last 6 hours, 4 inches over the last 24 hours. Moanalua Ridge, an inch and a half over the last 3 hours, 2.5 over the last 6 hours, 4 over the last 12 hours, and 5 over the last 24 hours. So again, lots of heavy rainfall coming down out there, Mark. And Schofield East, 2 inches over the last 3 hours, last 6 hours, 2.8 inches, 5 inches over the last 12 hours. Schofield Barracks, also pretty similar, 7.4 inches of rainfall over the last 24 hours at Schofield Barracks. The Eva Beach USGS site reporting 1.5 over the last hour, 1.8 over the last 6 hours, and then over the last 24 hours, 3.5 inches of rainfall. So again, pretty heavy rainfall totals coming down. Let's take a look. One of the reasons we're doing this in the digital center is that this is a collaborative thing. We want people to be able to ask questions. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Facebook right now. So let's take a look at some of the chats that we're seeing. All right. I'm going to read some of the questions. A lot of the questions have been showing that I've been asking about power outages. Again, I know we reported that some of the power came back on at Waikiki, but it is possible that we see extended power outages across parts of the state. No new questions in the YouTube chat that I'm seeing. A lot of just comments on what exactly is going on where they're at. Some questions again, is Salt Lake without power right now? Again, there is a running list of power outages that we have on hawaiinewsnow.com. I put that in the chat earlier today. And some people also saying that they've had no power since 7 a.m. yesterday. So again, we've been dealing with power outages. Again, those are just chats. Those aren't confirmed reports coming in. But you can see across the radar and satellite, a little bit of a lull for Oahu out there, at least right now, starting to move closer to Molokai. Actually, let's zoom in because we're seeing some lightning develop over on Lanai and Molokai. At least one strike in this cell. Again, the instability has been out there, seeing the heaviest of the thunderstorms off to the north and northeast of us, and starting to see further development in these thunderstorms off to the southwest. That's why we keep seeing that this is going to come in waves. We're going to keep seeing this develop, seeing thunderstorms out there. Let's actually take a look at some of the rainfall totals in this thunderstorm out there and show you what's going on. So I'm going to go to the latest radar scan, take down the lightning, and we're going to look at these rainfall totals coming down. Again, the instability is still out there with the sun that's been over on Kauai this afternoon, increasing the instability out there. So about an inch of rainfall coming in down per hour in some of those cells. Again, we're watching to see how these play out. Again, these are pretty far away from the radar, so we're not seeing the full data. Again, we're going to continue to watch the YouTube and Facebook live chat. If you have any questions, drop them in there. But for now, we're done in the digital center. Let's send it over to Mark back at the desk.
Thank you so much, Drew. And we want to send it over to Jonathan Masaki, who's been keeping a close eye on how the conditions out there, how the storm has been impacting traffic. People are advised to stay off the roads, only travel if you absolutely have to. Jonathan, what are you seeing from the camera showing the area approaching Nu'uanupali?
Well, that still remains the hot spot today. You see the blinking lights right there. You see the slow and go traffic. What you may not see, there are 2 police officers that are stationed right there, one in the front, one in the back, trying to divert traffic, to the left lanes. And a little bit farther back, prior to this area, there is another officer that's trying to get the attention of drivers to be ready for this to really take place. So it's still the hot spot this afternoon. As we go around the cameras, though, I have to say it's not a heavy traffic day right here. Kapahulu and Dade Street, more in the Kaimuki area, looking pretty good. As we kind of move farther into the Waikiki area, you see how windy it is. And like we were talking about, some parts of Waikiki has been restored. Others, this one you can obviously still on the blink. Very, very windy in that area as we speak. Let's switch cameras right here now to Ala Moana and Kalia. Again, not heavy traffic in that specific area. As we move into our area right here at Dillingham and Kalihi, those cones are obviously because of the ongoing construction taking place. I want to show you one last camera getting into the Leeward coast, looking pretty free and clear in this area. Still a lot of wet and windy conditions prevail as you make a commute home this afternoon to the Leeward coast. So that's it from the First Alert Desk. Mark, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Well, at this hour, a flash flood warning is in effect for Honolulu County. We want to reiterate evacuations have been ordered at Otake Camp in Waialua. Shelters are available for anyone impacted by this flooding. The nearest shelter is Waialua High School. We also have additional water coming over the Wahiwa Reservoir spillway. And on windward Oahu, Kamehameha Highway is closed at the Waikane Stream due to flooding. This is a look at the impacts of the system from today. Down trees, different parts of Oahu, Waikiki, Windward, Central Oahu neighborhoods. Also tracking major power outage. As of 2 p.m., HECO tells us nearly 114,000 customers are without power, another 15,600 without service. Parts of Maui County, that includes Maui, Lanai, and Molokai. HECO is urging customers in Hawaii Kai, East Honolulu, prepare for the chance of extended outages that may last overnight or longer. And the city says Skyline service is suspended between East Kapolei and Waipahu. So HECO crews are working hard to get electricity back online, but because you have the high winds here and the heavy rain really creating different ingredients for extended outages, we want to send it back over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins one more time for a look at what we're seeing on the radar. Jen.
Yes, a big mahalo to all of the crews keeping us safe. And the gusts are still coming on strong. You see nearly 50 miles per hour over some of those windward neighborhoods. And you don't see this every day. Kailua Kona seeing gusts up to 53 miles per hour. Jump over the other side. Hilo a little bit more protected, 28 miles per hour. So we are going to be seeing waves of energy into the night. A little bit of a lull for the western end of the state right now. The focus is over the eastern end of the state. So keep it tuned here. Your First Alert team will have continued coverage throughout the evening.
Mahalo nui, Jen. We give you one more look from our tower cam right now. The wind still shaking the camera, and you have the dark clouds and you have the rain moving in. We are staying on top of it. Thank you so much for joining our extended First Alert Weather Day coverage. It will continue. Hawaii News Now, first at 4.
is Hawaii News Now.
First at 4, the state now feeling the full effects of an intense multi-day Kona Low storm. After picking up in intensity overnight, the system unleashing a combo of massive downed trees, washed out roads, widespread power outages, and powerful winds.
I feel like we can't be outside for more than like 30 seconds without getting completely drenched.
First responders working around the clock with flash flooding prompting several rescues in Honolulu and central Oahu. We have first alert team coverage tracking the conditions as the storm crawls down the island chain.
And coming up in your first alert weather forecast, we'll break down the latest radar data where we're seeing heavy rainfall. A flash flood warning continues for the island of Oahu. The details just ahead.
This is Hawaii News Now. First at 4.
At first at 4, the Kona Low is taking full effect at this hour. Our first alert weather team is tracking all of it for you. This is the view from our tower cam, which really is changing by the hour. And here's a live look at our first alert radar as we follow this storm very closely. A flash flood warning on Oahu is in effect. And after picking up in intensity overnight, this storm bringing a heavy slate of impact in the form of dangerous flooding, powerful winds, and massive power outages. A flash flood warning in effect for Honolulu County until 6:30 this evening. Evacuations have been ordered at Otake Camp in Waialua. Shelters are available for anyone impacted by the flooding, and the nearest shelter is at Waialua High School. Hawaii News Now currently has a crew en route to that area, and we are awaiting an update. We have team coverage with our reporters covering all the major impacts of this storm. We start with meteorologist Drew Davis, who has been following this hour by hour. What's the latest, Drew?
Aloha, Mark. We gave you guys the first alert about this storm system since the beginning of last week. Taking a look at our first alert radar and satellite outside again, you can see a lot of moisture moving in over the central portions of the state. We're actually seeing it calm down out over the central portions of Oahu, starting to shift a little bit further eastward out there. We are going to continue to see heavy rainfall throughout the next couple of days, and you're already starting to see more development over to the southwest of Kauai out there. There's a lot of instability out in the atmosphere, and I know a lot of people out there are saying it's been kind of sunny over Kauai, or we've been seeing most of the impacts over the central portions of the state. Starting to see the atmosphere take a little bit advantage of that instability given by the sunshine out there. Again, the overall training of the system shifting over to the eastern half of the state, and the National Weather Service has several alerts up right now. We've got a flood watch up statewide. We told you about that at the beginning of this week. A flood advisory up for the islands of Maui and Molokai, southeastern Hawaii Island, and a flash flood warning still up for the island of Oahu. That'll last until 6:30 p.m. this evening. Even though the rainfalls have been a big story, the other big story has been the strong winds we've been talking about. High wind warning up across the entirety of the state. We saw a high wind watch up for Hawaii Island yesterday. That was upgraded to a high wind warning. Southwesterlies between 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting closer to 70 until 6 a.m. on Saturday. That's how long that's going to last. Max wind gusts, we were seeing wind readings in Kauai, 52 miles per hour. Now, these aren't sustained winds, the maximum wind gusts out there. 47 in town, and take a look at this. Pretty atypical to see a 53 mile per hour wind gust in Kailua Kona. We're going to give you another look at our first alert radar and satellite coming up, but for now, let's check in with Jonathan with first alert traffic.
Well, as we've been reporting all afternoon, there are some outages throughout the island. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on these maps right here to show you. We do have one reported on the windward side in the Kailua area. You see that red kind of icon right there. That shows us that traffic lights aren't working in that area. As I move the map into the Ewa Plain here, there's one coming down right here you see at the Foster Village or the Tamaro Village area on Fort Weaver Road. Another power outage in that area. So the lights are kind of on the blink right now. So just be aware they're going to be popping up and on all over the place. Want to take you back to the hot spot. It looks like it's cleared up just a little bit here. This is H1 and the Poly off ramp right by the School Street exit right there. It was ponding pretty bad about an hour ago. We had 2 police officers on the scene. They are now gone. So traffic looks like it's being restored to a little bit more of a normal pattern. As we move on down the road right here, looking very free and clear, H1 and Middle Street, which is a good sign to see that motorists are taking heed to the warnings that were put out yesterday to kind of stay off the roads. Let's show you one more camera right now and get you to the Ka'amilo overpass overpass. Again, looking very, very nice. Aloha Fridays are traditionally busy, but because of the special weather going on, we're seeing a lot of people. Thank you very much for that by just staying indoors and not being in harm's way because of the storm that's passing through. That's the latest from your First Alert Traffic Desk. Mark, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Well, this storm bringing significant activity both statewide and island-wide, especially today here on Oahu. Annalisa Burgos is in Makaha with what is happening on the Waianae coast. Annalisa.
Hey, Mark. So it's calmed down quite a bit. When we first got here about a couple hours ago, I'm here in Makaha Beach Park. This river right here, let's take a look at it. This is the Makaha stream. It was raging and it was connected to the ocean and the waves were going. It was dangerous. We saw a lot of debris, a lot of these tree branches connecting out into that ocean. You see them kind of stalled there now and you can see the sand, but that wasn't the case moments ago, or at least a couple hours ago. Now it's pretty calm. And it hasn't been raining. But earlier, we did stop by the evacuation shelter that the city opened at Nanakuli High School. Volunteers over there were on hand to help anyone in need. They said that there were a few people who took advantage of the shelter. They brought their pets as well.
About a month ago, we had a system came in, strong winds and rain, and there wasn't a shelter that was open on this side of the island. So the leaders and powers to be decided we need a shelter up here, and that's why we're here in Nanakuli High School, to be able to provide a safe, warm place for people in our community that need to shelter.
And so, of course, that is still open and available for folks once these impacts keep going. Over in Kapolei, a viewer sent us this video of Kuloa Street where 2 trees fell due to the strong winds. And then we saw more impacts over in Makakilo where there was a power outage around noon, and that affected several residents and some intersections. And back here in Makaha, again, you know, we've been seeing a few residents come out here and really take advantage of the beauty of nature now that it's not raining and now that it hasn't been much flooding going on. But again, just be aware because the weather can turn at any moment. As we've seen, the surf can get higher as well as the river raging, and we're seeing a lot of that brown water and people not going into that water, as we know, because it's coming from the Waianae Range, flowing down Makaha Valley and bringing with it all kinds of brown water and all kinds of debris. So be safe out there, everybody. Reporting in Makaha, Annalisa Burgos, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. Here are all of the shelters now open on Oahu, just in case you need to leave your home. Asing Community Park, Waialua High and Intermediate, especially important right now with the evacuation orders for Otake Camp. Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Manoa Valley District Park, Kaneohe District Park, and George Fright Wright, Wahiwa District Park, and Kahuku Elementary. You're asked to bring your own food, basic necessities if possible. Pets are welcome, but must be on a leash or in a carrier. Rescue crews are responding to one call after another as streams swell and roads flood. Hawaii News Now reporter Lynn Kawano rode with Honolulu EMS as they rushed to help people trapped along the streams.
Just before 11:30 Friday morning, as the water started to rise along the streams, rescue workers noticed several people along the banks.
Mud made it difficult for 4 people trying to climb their way to safety where Manoa and Palolo streams meet in Mo'ili'ili. They were able to climb out using an HFD ladder.
Are you okay?
Honolulu EMS's core unit treated them at the scene for minor injuries and took them to a shelter. Just minutes later, 1 block away, another rescue on Kapi'olani Boulevard. Multiple people were trapped under the bridge, holding onto the pillars to avoid the rising water.
It's actually a perfect storm right now. With the wind, with the rain, and with the temperature, people can get hypothermic very quickly, and we're seeing that out there. We're seeing people who are in the water shivering.
You know, we've made core go 24/7 since yesterday, so they were out last night, they'll be out tonight. You know, last night they were moving people who are homeless to shelter, even as late as midnight, 1 in the morning. And so that 24/7 on core is going to really help.
Rescue crews ask that people stay home if they can. Don't be on the roads if you don't have to. It only makes it more dangerous for everyone. I'm Lynn Kawano, Hawaii News Now.
Mahalo, Lynn. Maui County has been getting hit hard with heavy rain for the last 3 days. Now wind is picking up, causing trees to come crashing down and people to seek shelter. Let's go to our Chelsea Davis, who's live in West Maui, to show us how conditions are right now. Chelsea.
Well, Mark, I'm at the top of Waikiki Road in Lahaina, and I came up here because I thought it was a good vantage point. I wanted to show you just how choppy the ocean is, but it's gotten so overcast in the last few hours, you can't even really see what's behind me. I can tell you it is windy and it is rainy up here, and you can see just how rainy it has been over the past couple of days by all this muddy floodwater that has been collected here at the top of Waikiki Road. I want to show you what conditions were like when I first got here earlier today around 1 o'clock. It was so windy and so rainy, it was hard for me to film. So shout out to the good Fellow Brothers worker who saw me struggling and ran out to help me. On my drive out here, I saw flooding at Papalaua Wayside Park. I also stopped at the scenic lookout on the Pali, and it was rainy and windy and the waves were choppy out there. But before I got here out to the west side, I went to check out the Red Cross emergency shelter at Maui High School Gymnasium, and there a total of 3 people were seeking shelter from the storm.
I'm grateful that we have this shelter and we have a place to stay and we have a place to shower. It's such a great staff.
The shelters are safe and warm and available, so please come use them if you don't have a safe, warm, comfortable place to be.
So these are what conditions were like on Molokai today. You can see all that muddy water all over the roadways and crews working hard out there. Residents out in East Maui tell me the wind is cranking out there, causing giant trees to come crashing down. The Hawaii State Department of Transportation says there were multiple fallen trees all along Haleakala and Hana highways, and county crews are working to clear out fallen trees all over Maui County as well. Back out here live in Lahaina, there are multiple power outages as we've been mentioning. I did hear that the Molokai Airport did lose power briefly, but luckily the backup generators kicked in, so they weren't without power very long. I'm also told the Hana Airport lost power as well around 1 o'clock this afternoon, but there are no flights in and out of Hana, so nothing was disrupted out there. But for a full list of road closures, power outages, and all county closures, we have all of that information on HawaiiNewsNow.com. Reporting live in Lahaina, I'm Chelsea Davis for Hawaii News Now.
Thank you, Chelsea. Stay safe out there. And back on Oahu, a massive tree came down across Kalakaua Avenue and some streets were underwater in Waikiki. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Mahealani Richardson continues our team coverage.
We arrived here in Waikiki around lunchtime, and I can tell you the tourists, a lot of them had these plastic raincoats on. Everything seemed makeshift. People running around with their umbrellas, the umbrellas going backwards, especially when the rain just really starts to come down. We're at the Hyatt Regency Port Cochere, and there's a ballroom across the street. In fact, there's a dance competition going on right now. It's called Crowd Pleasers, and we've seen people in leotards running back and forth across the street. But for the most part, for tourists who are not expecting this weather, I can tell you this weather is not a crowd pleaser. Kalia Road in Waikiki, near the Outrigger Reef and Halekulani hotels, went underwater from the relentless rain.
Oh my goodness. There is no sidewalk. Holy shit. Look, yeah. Okay. Look at that. There's no sidewalk, oh my God. You're trapped. Look how bad it is.
Overnight, a tree went down across Kalakaua Avenue, blocking almost the entire roadway and damaging a streetlight on the way down. Right now I'm on Kalakaua Avenue where all of the luxury stores are, and this massive tree came down sometime overnight. It went down and also took down this coconut tree. It looks like the city crews have already taken the branches away and have also put caution tape around it. But what's really amazing is when you look at the huge root system. I'm about 5'4", and it looks like the root system, the dirt, and those lawa'e leaves all around it are about 10 feet tall. And then when you come around to this side of the tree, you can see just how large it is. And it also took down this street light. In fact, it smashed it into several pieces. It's certainly going to be a big cleanup job for the crews.
The wind's really strong and the rain is pretty going, and I feel like we can't be outside for more than like 30 seconds without getting completely drenched. Some thunders going on, tons of rain, haven't been able to stay dry really.
How's your umbrella doing, sir?
Oh, it's going everywhere. It's going everywhere.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm gonna try to survive.
Oh, I'm so disappointed. You know, it's an experience for her. I live here, so it comes and goes. But I wanted to take her to the beach, take her to canoes for surfing.
Kauai resident Brad Foster was hoping for a sunny Oahu vacation, but that will have to wait for the weather to clear. Reporting from Waikiki, Mahialani Richardson, Hawaii News Now.
And we're getting more video of trees that have come down across the island. This tree came down on Lunolilo Street, westbound near Pi'ikoi. No injuries were reported. And a large tree also fell this afternoon on Ala Moana Boulevard near Cutter Mazda between Coral and Book Streets. Crews quickly responded to get the road cleared, and Pali Highway Kailua bound is closed due to debris on the road around 2:45 this afternoon. And Jonathan Masaki was in Windward Oahu earlier today and filed this report.
We're here on Kamehameha Highway, just outside of Kahaluu. I'm going to step outside of the shot of the camera to show you the elements here in Windward Oahu. You can see the rain coming down very hard and also very, very windy. The gusts have been picking up and it gets stronger, then it ebbs and it gets a little bit weaker, but it's overall a very sustained type of weather pattern that's happening. Across the street, you see a HECO truck. We've seen many of them scattered throughout the windward side, no doubt responding to many of the calls because there are several outages in this area right now. So again, the best bet for you to do is to be indoors waiting for this storm to come down. For right now, though, it's coming down pretty hard in Windward Oahu. I'm Jonathan Masaki in Kahaluu for Hawaii News Now.
And we're also tracking widespread power outages across Oahu. At last check, HECO says nearly 114,000 customers are without power. Another 15,600 in parts of Maui County. That includes Maui, Lanai, and Molokai. HECO is urging customers in Hawaii Kai and East Honolulu to get ready for the chance of extended outages that may last overnight or longer. All of this emphasizing the power of this Kona Low system. We'll be right back.
This is breaking news.
Welcome back. At this hour, a flash flood warning is in effect for Oahu's, and authorities ordered the evacuation of Otake Camp, a plantation-era subdivision along Kaukonahua Stream in Waialua. Daryl Huff was on the North Shore today to see the conditions.
We spent the midday going all the way from Haleiwa out to Mokuleia. The rain was relentless and the conditions were deteriorating. Nearly every road crossing had water ponding, in some cases as high as the car doors on Farrington Highway. And at Dillingham Ranch in Mokulea, water had destroyed fences and made the highway impassable for low-hung vehicles. In Haleiwa, where two rivers empty into Kayaka Bay, Kalei and Derek Gamiao kept a wary eye on debris floating toward an old bridge. Like a choke point, and so both rivers are coming down, and they're just getting slammed with rubbish and everything that's coming by. By about 2 o'clock, it was certainly dangerous for anyone without a raised vehicle to travel the highway.
The forecasters really got it right, and it's a good thing that very few people were out today on the North Shore.
Reporting from Haleiwa, Gerald Kuwai News Staff.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Let's take a look at our first alert radar and satellite again on this first alert weather day. Again, we're going to take it island by island to show you what's going on because, again, we were talking about the instability present. We're starting to see the atmosphere over the western half of the state start to take advantage of some of that instability. You can see all of this for yourself on our first alert weather app. All you got to do is scan that QR code in the bottom left of your screen. Let's get closer to Kauai. You can see some downpours just to the south and southwest of the island. Seeing a lightning strike just off to the northwest. I want to highlight some of the activity off to the northwest. It's been relatively sunny over parts of Kauai today, while it's been very active over Oahu and now moving down to Molokai and Lanai. And the atmosphere is taking advantage of the instability given by that sunshine. You can see lightning, and this is going to continue moving up towards the northeast, potentially impacting Kauai later this evening. And that could continue to move down to Oahu, even though we're kind of a lull out there over on Oahu right now, seeing a few sprinkles out there. The heaviest rainfall moving in closer to Lanai, Molokai, and western Maui, closer to Lahaina, seeing a few lightning strikes embedded in that system as well. Relatively quiet over on Hawaii Island. A few sprinkles over closer to the southeastern side of Hawaii Island, closer to Volcano and Puna. Rainfall rates have varied between 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. Some of the heavier cells that we saw during the heaviest rainfall today on Oahu was closer to 2.5 inches of rainfall. The alerts: flood advisory up for Molokai, Maui, southeastern Hawaii Island, and then also that flash flood warning is up until 6:30 for the island of Oahu. Even though we're entering kind of a lull out there, the rain rushing out of the mountains could lead to flash flooding still, so we've got to watch it pretty closely. The other thing about this system has been the strong winds. Again, that strong low off to the northwest of us, that strong Kona Low, pulling up air, just causing screaming south winds out of the south and southwest. Southwesterlies between 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting closer to 70 until 6 a.m. on Sunday. And our winds out of the south right now, anywhere between 20 to nearly 30 mile per hour sustained winds. Kailua Kona, you don't really see sustained winds over in Kailua Kona, around 36 miles per hour. That's very atypical for the state. Our maximum wind gusts over the last 24 hours, again, 52 in Kaunakakai, 47 in town, 49 in Kahului, 53 in Kailua Kona out there, and 28 over in Hilo. Alongside this, we've got a winter storm warning. If we could drop the QR code so we can see the information there. Gusts up until 110 miles per hour for the summits of Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea out there. So incredibly strong winds up at the summits of the Big Island. Blizzard conditions, snow accumulation between 1 foot to 1.5 foot up there. This is going to continue until 6 p.m. on Saturday. Now let's take a look at our 7-day forecast. Lots to talk about here. Today is a first alert weather day. Saturday is also a first alert weather day. Sunday, currently highlighted in red, will likely extend the first alert weather day for the eastern half of the state as the moisture continues to go closer to Hawaii Island and eastern Maui. Lighter winds expected on Monday and Tuesday. Lingering moisture into Wednesday, and potentially another round of heavy rainfall coming our way next week, Thursday. Got to fine tune the details on that. We'll give you more details on that over the next couple of days. Let's send it over to First Alert Traffic with John.
Well, the effects of the storm still having a lasting impact in the commute right now. We're going to go to our maps to tell you about some traffic lights that are not working. That's kind of spread out across the island. Right now, we do know one reported at Kalihi and Ilua and Perry right here in town. Now, getting over to the windward side, this is reported in Kailua at Kailua Road, Oneava, Ku'ule, and Aoloa Road intersection. And getting into the Ewa Plain, we have one other map kind of trying to populate itself right there at Kapolei Parkway, Renton Road, and Kahiuka Street. Of course, there may be other traffic lights that are out. If you come to one, please treat that intersection as a four-way stop. Keeping you and your ohana safe, this is First Alert Traffic on Hawaii News Now.
Now, if you thought yesterday's overtime win for the Rainbow Wahine was a thriller, just wait till you see this one. I'm Sienna Pilatin in Henderson, Nevada. I'll have all the highlights coming up.
a week for University of Hawaii basketball. In about an hour from now, the men's team will suit up in the Big West semifinals. And earlier today, the Rainbow Wahine sealed their spot in the conference championship game, and it was a dramatic finish in overtime. Our Sienna Pillaton joins us live with highlights and reaction. Sienna.
Yeah, hello from Lee's Family Forum in Henderson, Nevada. Now, this place was rocking earlier when the Rainbow Wahine upset #1 seed UC Irvine in a thrilling overtime game. Now, I actually spoke with a Wahine fan afterwards that said the watch that she was wearing clocked it to be over 100 decibels in here. So that's how loud it was. But first, let's show you some highlights. The biggest play of the day was the one that sent UH to overtime. The Wahine were down by 3 points. With 7 seconds left in the game, UH guard Bailey Flavel drains a three to tie it. This was the team's second overtime game in a row, and they're sure rolling now, the Wahine, on a 10-game win streak.
I'm not surprised that we're sitting here today. I could have not had 2 overtime games, but I'm not surprised at the way they love each other, play for each other, celebrate each other, and they execute when they need to.
The coaches put us through those moments in training like every week, and we're always working on that. So I definitely felt prepared, and you know, whether I was going to take the shot or have the drive or have to kick it, yeah, I just knew like we were going to get a good look off.
When you're traveling and you're this far away from home, and we've got a really young team, it means something to have the crowd behind you.
Head coach Laura Bima told us in a post-game press conference that this win was for the state of Hawaii. She knows the islands are being hit with severe weather right now, so she wanted to dedicate this one to them. Now tomorrow, the Wahine will tip things off at around noon. They're going to face UC San Diego with a championship trophy on the line. But before all of that, the men's team is set to make their postseason debut in about an hour. We'll have much more on that in our later newscast. Reporting live in Henderson, Nevada, Sienna Pillaton, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you so much, Sienna. Yeah, we've been so busy with our severe weather coverage here. The University of Hawaii basketball programs, both the men and the women, doing such a phenomenal job right now and closing in a potential, you know what's on the line here, NCAA tournament berth. But with all that said, what is the latest on the storm?
Yeah, so Mark, again, it's probably much nicer weather over in Las Vegas right now, but let's take a look at our first alert radar and satellite. Again, we're not out of the woods just yet. I want to show you island by island. Starting to see some heavier showers moving over South Shore, Kauai, moving up closer to Lihue out there. But again, it's been sunnier over parts of the western half of the state. We're entering a little bit of a lull for Oahu right now, but the atmosphere is starting to take advantage of that instability that the sunshine's been causing just off of the south and southwest of Kauai. Lightning in these cells, we're going to continue to watch how these develop. They are looking like they're moving up towards the northeast, closer to Kauai. Oahu out there seeing lighter showers. Again, the flash flood warning is still up, and it's very breezy out there. Still seeing a few lightning strikes as the moisture moves over closer to Molokai, Lanai, and western Maui. This is going to continue shifting slowly eastward, and Hawaii Island seeing most of the rainfall focus over the eastern and southeastern side of the island. All right, that's it for our first alert radar and satellite. Mark, let's take us out to our live tower cam. It's very breezy out there, shaking the camera. We'll have another look at everything coming up at 4:30.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel for more HNN content. Sponsored by HMAA, Hawaii's trusted business health insurance partner. From Hawaii News Now, this is breaking news.
At first at 4:30, we begin with breaking news. At this hour, a flash flood warning is in effect for Oahu until 6:30 this evening, and authorities ordered the evacuation of Otake Camp in Waialua. Ben Gutierrez takes us there.
Camp Otake has been evacuated because you can see that the waters of Kona Low stream have overflowed into the area. This is, of course, the overflow from Lake Wilson. Over to the left, we don't have any residents who are visible right now, but you can see the police presence here. Also, one of the Corps ambulances is here at Camp Otake as well. Most of the residents here obviously have been evacuated. We also wanted to show you a bit of Kona Low stream itself as we look across the road, and you can definitely see that the waters have risen and are starting to threaten some of the other homes that are in the area. But for now, even though the rain has subsided, Camp Otake has been evacuated because of the rising waters that you can definitely see. There's also still a lot of debris that's going on, and as we go a little bit farther back, here's what we have as far as the waters of Kona Low stream flowing through Camp Otake. We'll continue to give you coverage here and give you more as the afternoon progresses. Right now in Waialua, Ben Gutierrez, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you so much, Ben. Again, we're still watching the first alert radar and satellite very closely this afternoon. We've been seeing heavy rainfall over Oahu. The initial band of moisture that would cause that flash flood warning has started to move closer to Molokai, Lanai, and western Maui. I want to bring you closer to some of the islands over on Kauai. We're starting to see heavier showers moving in from the south. You can see this is the Kauai South Shore radar, so we're really not seeing the full picture on the north of the island. We're just moving down to the southwest. You're starting to see the atmosphere take advantage of some of that instability. Another round of rainfall possible as we're going into late tonight. In this next round of rainfall, seeing some thunderstorms out there. You can also see over on Oahu some lighter showers, and the bulk of the moisture is moving down towards Molokai, Lanai, and western Maui. Even a few lightning strikes in these cells in between the islands right now. Relatively quiet over on Hawaii Island. A few sprinkles over in some heavier showers embedded closer to Volcano. Not as much moisture over the Kona side of Hawaii Island and the Hamakua coast right now. And again, we're watching those thunderstorms that are off to the southwest of Kauai. Here's a number of alerts up from the National Weather Service. We've got the flood watch statewide. We told you about this at the beginning of this week. The National Weather Service put this up with several days in the flood watch. Tuesday into Saturday, a flash flood warning up for Oahu. Flood advisories up for the islands of Molokai and Maui, and also those showers on the southeastern side of Hawaii Island causing another flood advisory. Outside of the rainfall, the main concern with this event has been the high wind warning. We've got high winds out there, strong winds out of the south and the southwest, rushing down the mountains and getting even stronger in the north and northeastern slopes of each island. And this is going to last until 6 a.m. on Sunday. Wind gusts potentially getting up to 70 miles per hour. We've seen some reported gusts up to 60 to even closer to 74 miles per hour. Those haven't been in thunderstorms, they've been non-thunderstorm gusts, but we've been watching it pretty closely. Taking a look at the winds outside. Here's sustained winds. This is a 2-minute average out there. 36 mile per hour sustained winds in Kailua Kona, 23 over in town, 28 over in Kahului. Maximum wind gusts over the last 24 hours, 55 in Lihue, 47 in town, 53 in Kailua Kona. Hilo currently is a little bit protected out there. Again, we've been watching this pretty closely, and our partners over at the National Weather Service have also been watching this system incredibly closely. They've been putting out the alerts throughout a majority of this week. We want to bring in meteorologist Maureen Ballard from the National Weather Service to bring in the experts into this conversation. Maureen, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. We're very happy to be able to do that.
Yeah, Maureen, thank you again. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about again, the messaging here has been that this would be coming in rounds, and we've kind of entered a little bit of a lull over the western half of the state. I was showing the thunderstorms just developing off of the southwest of Kauai. What are you guys expecting for the western half of the state as we're going into later tonight?
Just as you've said, I mean, we are seeing that stuff starting to pop to the southwest of Kauai. So even though Kauai's had a little bit of a break today, they're going to get some of their stronger systems in there. And as you said just a few minutes ago, we've already had some strong winds, very strong winds, that aren't even associated with thunderstorms. And so we can expect more of that. It's just that with some of the thunderstorms coming in, you could get some very heavy rain and strong winds at the same time. Right now, Oahu seems to be going into a little bit of a lull, but we do still have that stuff upstream. And so it might be smaller bits that might be moving over Oahu in the next few hours. But again, could be very briefly heavy, could continue to see those strong winds. We already know that Oahu is definitely saturated. We have seen various reports across the island today. And so any additional rain or any additional winds are going to continue to cause problems.
Yeah,
again, that stuff has started to shift down to Maui. And so now our focus is really going to be looking there.
And the concern, of course, again, is the runoff, as the ground is incredibly saturated, like you said. Speaking of further rainfall, or some of the totals that you guys have seen so far, do you have any numbers for total rainfall accumulations that you can share?
Yes, absolutely. So on both Kauai and Oahu, some of the maximum rain gauge reports have been over 10 inches in a 24-hour period. So we are expecting to see more of that. And in addition, some of the other smaller or lower values have been in the 5 to 10 range. But again, we've seen how you can get some of that rain over a wide area, which then goes into the streams and causes all of that runoff. So even though a particular gauge picks up 10 inches, when you spread that across a larger area and it goes down the slopes, it causes widespread problems.
And one of the concerns that we have, some of the models have been hinting at maybe some more rainfall as we're going into next week. When is this system expected to move away, and is there potential for another system moving in next week?
Yeah, so our focus right now has been on this Kona storm, and that is expected to continue through the weekend in some way, shape, or form for various parts of the island. As you said, we had the flash flood watch going out. Things should be improving for Kauai tomorrow, and going through tomorrow night for Oahu, but then it's going to be lingering over Maui County and the Big Island even through Sunday. Wind-wise, we're expecting those strong winds to continue through Saturday night, so into that early hours on Sunday. And they're right, that's just this storm. This one we expect to kind of move out, and then yeah, we are already keeping an eye out for whatever might be developing next week. Right now, we're kind of keeping our eye on this system primarily, but certainly we know that the ground is saturated, and any additional rain after this, even if we have a couple days recovery, it's going to cause problems very quickly.
Well, thank you, Maureen, for your insight. We really appreciate all the good work that you guys do over at the National Weather Service. Thank you again, Maureen, for joining us. Let's send things over to First Alert Traffic with Jonathan.
Well, I want to go back to that camera we've been kind of tracking all afternoon. That is the H1 westbound, and I'm going to get to it right now here. You can kind of see it was tied up a little bit earlier because of the flooding that took place, but now it's cleared up pretty nicely. You can see right here at the Poly off-ramp off to the School Street area, looking very nice. As we go farther down the road, you can kind of see what it's like here now. Right by the Liliha and the H1 and Middle Street merge right there, looking good. As we get a little bit closer to Fort Shafter, also conditions. I know everyone's pretty much taking heed to stay off the roads as best as possible, because traffic has been very light throughout the afternoon. As we go to the Ka'amila overpass, looking really, really nice. It'll be this way all the way through the H1, H2 interchange. That's your First Alert Traffic on Hawaii News Now.
Thank you, Jonathan. Now, this is a system with widespread and intense impact. Annalisa Burgos is live in Makaha with what is happening out in West Oahu. Annalisa.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. Take a look out here. This is Makaha Stream. Earlier, this was raging. Now it's connected to the ocean with the strong winds and the heavy flooding that we saw earlier. Because of the system, a lot of the debris was being washed down from the top of Makaha Valley all the way down, carried down here. You can see some of the debris there on the beach, the tree branches, some litter, but it's certainly calmed down quite a bit. Now, if you look at video from earlier, you know, there was high surf, so dangerous. It was raging into the ocean, and all of that brown water causing dangerous conditions for sure. No one was out here when that was happening, but now you see people out on the shore now. Now, earlier we did stop by the evacuation shelter that the city opened over at Nanakuli High School. Volunteers are on hand there to help anyone in need, and there were a few people there with their pets when we visited.
About a month ago, we had a system came in, strong winds and rain, and there wasn't a shelter that was open on this side of the island. So the leaders and powers to be decided we need a shelter up here, and that's why we're here in Nanakuli High School, to be able to provide a safe, warm place for people in a community that need to shelter.
And then elsewhere on West Oahu and Kapolei, a viewer sent us this video of Kuloa Street, where 2 trees actually fell at different times. That's due to the strong winds. And then we headed over to Makakilo, where there was strong winds that created a power outage over there around noon that affected several residents and some intersections. Now, back here live in Makaha, you see that things again have been calm. We've been seeing a few visitors, some locals visiting, taking stock of what's happening here, because it's very rare to see this sand really open up like this. And because there's no rain right now, it's pretty safe and people are taking pictures, enjoying the nice view. But again, weather can change at any moment. So when that happens, if you need any help and you need a place to go, there is Nanakuli shelter open for you. Reporting here in Makaha, Annalisa Burgos, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you so much, Annalisa. Well, after severe weather forces the postponement of several events, including the Kamehameha School's song contest, local lei shops dealing with a flood of cancellations. That's ahead at 4:30.
is Hawaii News Now.
Well, heavy rains and wind canceled many events this weekend across the state, including the Kamehameha School's song contest. Many families had pre-ordered lei from lei shops, and now shops have hundreds of order cancellations. Cindy's in Chinatown has fridges in front and the back of their shop filled with lei that were supposed to be gifted this weekend. They've now marked down the lei by 30 to 50%, even some as low as $2.
All those orders got canceled, and amazingly, there were like a few people that insisted on purchasing, feeling bad or feeling bad for the store, but also like they still want to gift their child because that day was dedicated to their performance, their practice.
And with the song contest postponed to May 1st, lei shops like Cindy's that were already prepping for Lei Day will be adding more to those orders.
We've got your full first alert weather forecast. Details on the activity just to the southwest of Kauai coming up. close to Kauai out there, while a bulk of the moisture that was impacting Oahu creeps down closer to Maui County. Out there over closer to Niihau and Kauai, you can see showers just off to the south of the island. And off to the southwest, you're seeing some thunderstorms developing. There's a lot of instability in the atmosphere. It was sunny over the western half of the state earlier today, or at least over on Kauai. We were getting some reports of some sunshine on the north shore of Kauai, providing some more instability in the atmosphere. And the atmosphere is starting to take advantage of that. That's going to continue moving up towards the northeast. Quieter over on Oahu right now. A few sprinkles over the Kona Low and the central portions of the island. But again, the flash flood warning continues. The ground is incredibly saturated, and anything coming down from the mountains still draining could cause further flash flooding. So we're watching that closely. That's up until 6:30. And also, Maui County starting to see heavier showers over West Maui, moving away from Lanai, but again, the moisture is coming up from the southwest to the northeast. So we're seeing continuing training of these systems. And over on Hawaii Island, some showers over the southeastern side of the island, and not seeing much moisture over the rest of the state. So here's the alerts again. Flood watch up statewide until 6 p.m. on Saturday. Flood advisory, Molokai, Maui, southeastern Hawaii Island. Flash flood warning for the island of Oahu. And outside of the rain, the main concern has been the strong winds. We've been seeing screaming south and southwesterly winds, 30 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds, 70 mile per hour gusts. And we've seen reports of non-thunderstorm gusts closer to 70 to 74 miles per hour today. And that's going to be until 6 a.m. on Sunday. Southerly winds right now out of the south, around 20 to 25 miles per hour, seeing sustained winds 36 miles per hour in Kailua Kona. Maximum wind gusts, here's just a look at the numbers, anywhere between 40 to 50 miles per hour. A little bit weaker over in Hilo. Hilo is a little bit protected right now. Winter storm warning still up for the summits of Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. Gusts until 110 miles per hour. And here's the details on our first alert Futurecast. As we're going into late tonight, we could potentially see another round moving in closer to Kauai, Oahu. And it continues to creep down closer to Maui County and over the Kona side of Hawaii Island, potentially impacting closer to South Point, and just lingers over the eastern half of the state out there. Lighter showers going into Sunday for the western half of the state. Maybe some clearing skies as we're going into Monday, and some models even hinting at another system moving in the back half of next week. So we've got to watch to see how that plays out. Now, our 7-day forecast. Today is the first alert weather day. Tomorrow is the first alert weather day. We could see some impactful weather going into Sunday. Lighter winds Monday into Tuesday. Thursday's highlighted in red. Maybe some heavier rainfall out there. And with the saturated ground out there, runoff could lead to flash flooding. So we've got to watch that pretty closely. All right, let's check in with Jonathan with first alert traffic.
Well, we have a traffic alert on the island of Molokai right now. So we're going to switch our maps and go to the friendly isle right now. We're told that there's some mud and some rocks on Kamehameha 5 Road and some fast moving water. So you're advised to please stay away from this area again on the island of Molokai, Kamehameha 5 Highway at the mile marker 6. That's your first alert traffic on Hawaii News Now.
A rising star in longboard surfing in this week's Game Changers. I'll introduce you to the Kailua native who punched her ticket to the Pro Tour.
world's surf league.
Kyle Janin introduces us to the rising star in this week's Game Changers.
She has a great fade and good lift on the nose as well.
16-year-old Cash Hoover punched her ticket to the World Surf League.
But well done, Cash Hoover, the winner of 2026.
Hoover won the La Union International Pro in January, taking an early wave score lead and never looking back.
Significant moment that I'll remember because it's something I've been working for so long and something that I've wanted for so long.
She beat out a field of 120 surfers and secured one of 2 women's wildcard invites into the longboard tour for the 2026 season. The culmination of a journey that started as a Grom, learning to surf from her dad.
Doing a lot of other events to try to qualify, which I was really close to, so just securing my spot before the year starts really is helpful.
Now set to compete on tour, the Kailua native is ultra focused on perfecting her craft.
Staying focused and competing with all the best people that are trying to qualify in the world was a big learning moment for me.
It's a drive and determination her parents say came naturally.
She has developed this love and passion for surfing, but she also has this knack of, competing where she doesn't really get nervous like other people get nervous. She goes into it excited and she goes into it with this drive.
The Hoover Ohana has been by Cash's side every step of the way, with her dad as coach and her mom helping her with homeschooling, while also traveling with her to her surf meets.
I wouldn't be able to go anywhere else without my mom and dad, and my dad taught me how to surf, so it wasn't for my dad, I wouldn't even be doing the sport, so I'm really thankful. And my mom always films me wherever we go with my dad, so it's a really big family commitment, so I'm really happy.
Now looking forward, Hoover is excited to surf amongst some of her childhood idols.
It's really cool to be now competing against the girls and watching everyone and being able to travel with them around the world, so it's really cool to just be there with them now when I watch them growing up.
A rising star looking to charge the waves and her pro career head on.
Whatever her dreams might carry on beyond that. So I think she's going to be surfing for a while.
Hopefully one day I can be in my 20s and see those girls almost being on tour and just have that same cycle that I get to watch.
Kyle Chinen, Hawaii News Now.
Well, thank you for staying with us on this first alert weather day. Really some extended coverage. We want to reiterate a flash flood warning remains in effect for Oahu until 6:30.
Until 6:30, even though we're not seeing heavy rainfall out there. Again, everything that's still upstream or draining out of the mountains could lead to some flash flooding. So still very, the stream levels have risen, drainage, of course. Let's take a look at our first alert radar and satellite, because again, this is not over. Seeing heavier showers moving in closer to Maui and Maui County. But let's move closer to Kauai. I've been talking about the instability being taken advantage of over on Ni'ihau, seeing lightning just off to the south and southwest of Ni'ihau, and more thunderstorms developing to the southwest of the island. Not much over Oahu, and the heaviest rainfall out over Maui County. Let's take you live outside. Strong winds, more coming up at 5.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel for more HNN content. Sponsored by HMAA, Hawaii's trusted business health insurance partner. Hawaii News Now.
Happening now at 5, breaking news across the state as powerful storm cells wreak havoc, spurring rescues and evacuations.
Tonight, shelters are filling up and tens of thousands of families are preparing for a night without power. We have live team coverage.
A massive tree goes down in Waikiki as residents and tourists battle the weather. We'll have more on the impacts.
Hazardous conditions on the North Shore.
Across the state, streams like this one, the Makaha stream, are flowing out into the ocean, carrying with it filthy runoff from out in the mountains. We'll have more on what's happening over on West Oahu in just a bit.
And hang in there. Winds will get even stronger in the evening as intense cells keep coming in from the south. I'll have your first alerts.
This is Hawaii News Now at 5.
And first at 5, the Kona Low slams Hawaii. In the past 24 hours, nearly a foot of rain has fallen on the western islands and about 4 to 8 inches on the eastern islands, and that's on top of the previous 3 days of downpours.
Right now, first responders are focused on evacuations and traffic management as Hawaiian Electric works to restore power to about 130,000 customers across Oahu and Maui County.
We'll go in depth in a moment. First, a check of the radar. Well, we can tell you Oahu's getting a bit of a break from the downpours right now. The heaviest storm bands are shifting toward the islands of Maui Nui and Hawaii, and a heavy individual pop-up storm may be approaching Kauai. We hope you're safe and dry tonight. If you're watching on a TV and the power goes out, remember, you can stream the newscast on your phone.
And while you stay connected, we'll stay on air with the information you need to ride out the storm. Happening right now, the city has been evacuating families from severe flooding at Otake Camp on Oahu's North Shore. Hawaiian Electric Company says 2 transmission lines are damaged in East Oahu, and so customers in Hawaii Kai may not get their power back on until tomorrow.
The city has suspended Skyline service from East Kapolei to the Waipahu Transit Center station due to power outages. Plus, the weather's snarling air traffic at H&L. There have been 172 flight delays and 31 cancellations so far today. And the 911 call volume is so high, city officials are reminding everyone to use 911 only for life-threatening emergencies. Everything else can be reported using the H&L 311 app.
Our news and weather teams have been out across Oahu and Maui today as the severe weather soaked the islands. Stay with us for the updated First Alert forecast. But first, breaking news out of Wailua.
Camp Otake has been evacuated because you can see that the waters of Kona Low stream have overflowed into the area. This is, of course, the overflow from Lake Wilson. Over to left, we don't have any all the residents who are visible right now, but you can see the police presence here. Also, one of the Corps ambulances is here at Camp Otake as well. Most of the residents here obviously have been evacuated. We also wanted to show you a bit of Paukonahua stream itself. We look across the road and you can definitely see that the waters have risen and are starting to threaten some of the other homes that are in the area. But for now, even though the rain has subsided, Camp Otake has been evacuated because of the rising waters that you can definitely see. There's also still a lot of debris that's going on, and as we go a little bit farther back, here's what we have as far as the waters of Kaukonahua stream flowing through Camp Otake. We'll continue to give you coverage here and give you more as the afternoon progresses. Right now in Wailua, Ben Gutierrez, how about you?
Thank you very much, Ben. And here are all of the shelters now open on Oahu in case you need to leave your home. You're asked to bring your own food and basic necessities if possible. Pets are welcome, but must be on a leash or in a carrier. And it is a dangerous situation out on the roads right now with fallen trees and debris being reported all around Oahu and Maui County. Crews have been out all day, clearing lanes as fast as they can. Lights are also out at many intersections because there is no power, and that's also affecting Like Highway's Wilson Tunnel. It is pitch black in there.
Of course, many roads are just underwater and impassable. This was the scene near the Halekulani Hotel in Waikiki today. Do not try to drive through submerged roads or you could stall and end up in a bad situation. Let's go to Jonathan Masaki for more now on the closures. Jonathan.
We were just talking about something on the Like freeway, so I got to remind you about this. This is being reported right now as we speak. You see the purple right there on the townbound lanes. We're told right now that the townbound lanes are closed at Kahekili Highway into that point right there due to a downed tree. Crews are responding to that area to try to clear it up, but again, for right now, the townbound lanes are closed on the Like. Use the H3 or the Pali as an alternative. Right below that, you see another icon. Traffic lights are out on the blink at Kalihi Street and Elua. We're going to go to some cameras to show you real quickly what it's like. Other than that, looking pretty good. A lot of people taking heed not to be on the roads because of the storm. So looking very nice right here at H1 and Ka'amilo. Traditionally, we see it with choke cars during this Aloha Friday time frame. That's your First Alert traffic. Jen, over to you at First Alert Weather.
And a big mahalo to all of the crews working hard, clearing out some of that debris along with first responders. And we're riding out the storm with you, hoping you're staying safe at home. You can actually see a flash flood watch is up for all of the islands. We have flood advisories for parts of Maui County on Molokai, and also we're seeing that for Maui and parts of Hawaii Island. Now we're seeing that steady band of rain that was focused over the western islands now shift towards the east, but still seeing plenty of runoff on Kauai, and we're seeing a band of thunderstorms that will be moving there. Also, we're seeing a flash flood warning due to all the runoff that we got earlier. So this is what we're watching, dangerous thunderstorms. We haven't seen this component to the storm yet, but now we're starting to see some lightning strikes just offshore. So we will be watching this very carefully as it heads towards Kauai within the next half hour. You see the dangerous lightning strikes offshore that are headed your way, and could actually see the heavy bands of rain that are moving along with it. This is about 1 to 2 inches per hour, and you see more moisture on the way, and this is a deep plume of moisture that's being pulled up by that Kona Low that's parked to the north of us. As far as what's going on, we are seeing a little bit of a lull, but hit or miss showers will continue over the mountains. A lot of the rain has shifted focus over now Maui County. We're seeing flood advisories on Molokai, and also we're seeing that on Maui, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches per hour, and then some isolated downpours here and there. Mauka of Kailua Kona, this moisture making its way into the night with that steady band. And you see the rainfall total is quite impressive over the western island, up to about 10 inches or so. We're still counting as we're watching plenty of moisture. And what else we're going to add into the mix is a high wind warning, southwest winds at times really impairing the visibility with sideways rain over windward neighborhoods. So be careful out there if you don't have to go on the roads. The best place to be is just cozy up on home and just ride this storm out along with us. I'll take a deeper look at your First Alert 7-day forecast and when things are expected to slow down.
Thank you so much, Jen. Maui County has been getting hit hard with heavy rain for the last 3 days.
Well, now the wind is picking up and more people are seeking shelter. Let's go to our Chelsea Davis live in West Maui, a real trooper out there in the conditions. Chelsea.
Yeah, Keahi, Steph, I'm on the top of Wahikuli Road in Lahaina because I thought this would be a good vantage point to just show you how choppy the ocean is. But over the last several hours, it's gotten so overcast, you can barely see behind me. And as you said, the wind is whipping out here, and so is the rain. You said, you know, I'm a trooper. Shout out to my sister and my friend Sam, who's also out here trying to shield my camera and just block the wind and the rain so that my camera's not getting soaked. But I am, obviously. But I want to show you how conditions were earlier today when I first got out here around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The wind was cranking and it was downpouring as well. I was struggling to try to film the conditions. I also want to give a shout out to the good fellow brothers worker who saw me struggling, who ran out here to help me. Before I got out to Lahaina, I stopped by Papalawa Wayside Park. It was flooded out there. I also stopped at the scenic lookout along the Pali, and it was rainy and windy, and the waves were choppy. And before I got to the west side, I checked out the Red Cross Emergency Shelter at Maui High School Gymnasium. There, a total of 3 people were seeking shelter from the storm. And East Maui residents tell me the winds were so powerful today, it caused giant trees to come crashing down.
Our roof, that whole thing went lift up. You know, my husband had to go and we were tying them down with rope, tying them to our car so that, you know, blow away. I started taping off all the roof because we never experienced this kind of wind ever. We heard a big crash, and the eucalyptus tree, which is above of us around the corner on Hana Highway, it uprooted. And this tree is massive.
Well, these are what conditions are like on Molokai today. You can see all that muddy water all over the roadways and crews hard at work. And mahalo to residents on Lanai who sent me this footage of what weather conditions are like there. You can see visibility there is very low. Hawaii State Department of Transportation says there were multiple fallen trees all along Haleakala and Hana highways. And county crews are also working hard to clear up and clean up fallen trees as well. There are multiple power outages. I did hear that the Molokai airport did experience a power outage briefly, but luckily the backup generator kicked in, so there wasn't much disruption there. Also told the Hana airport is also without power, but there are no flights in and out of Hana today, so not so much disruptions out there either. But for a full list of all the impacts and closures and power outages, we have all those details on HawaiiNewsNow.com. Reporting live in Lahaina, I'm Chelsea Davis for Hawaii News Now.
Chelsea Davis and her sister live out there. Bless your heart. Thanks, you guys. On Oahu, a massive tree came down across Kalakaua Avenue and some streets were underwater in Waikiki.
Thankfully, no one was hurt. Our Mahealani Richardson continues our team coverage.
We arrived here in Waikiki around lunchtime, and I can tell you the tourists, a lot of them had these plastic raincoats on. Everything seemed makeshift. People running around with their umbrellas, the umbrellas going backwards, especially when the rain just really starts to come down. Kalia Road in Waikiki, near the Outrigger Reef and Halekulani hotels, went underwater from the relentless rain.
There is no sidewalk. Holy shit. Look, yeah. Look at that. There's no sidewalk, bro.
Overnight, a tree went down across Kalakaua Avenue, blocking almost the entire roadway and damaging a street light on the way down. It went down and also took down this coconut tree. It looks like the city crews have already taken the branches away and have also put caution tape around it. But what's really amazing is when you look at the huge root system. I'm about 5'4", and it looks like the root system, the dirt, and those lawa'e leaves all around it are about 10 feet tall. And then when you come around to this side of the tree, you can see just how large it is. And it also took down this street light. In fact, it smashed it into several pieces. It's certainly going to be a big cleanup job for the crews.
The wind's really strong and the rain is pretty going. And I feel like we can't be outside for more than like 30 seconds without getting completely drenched.
How's your umbrella doing, sir?
Oh, it's going everywhere. It's going everywhere.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm going to try to survive.
Thankfully, nobody was around when that tree came down in Waikiki. Rescue crews, however, had to pull multiple people from floodwaters in Mo'iliili.
Our Lynn Kawana was with Honolulu EMS today as their teams answered calls across the island.
Mud and heavy rain made it difficult for 4 people trying to climb their way to safety where Manoa and Palolo streams meet in Mo'iliili. They were able to climb out using an HFD ladder.
Just after those people were rescued from the bridge under King Street, word of more people trapped under a bridge on Kapi'olani Boulevard.
A half-dozen people were crouching under the pillars as fast-moving water started to rise. Honolulu firefighters brought a dog to safety first, then its owner and the others. Honolulu EMS treated all of the people rescued for minor injuries, and the core unit took them to shelters to wait out the storm.
They didn't need an ambulance. Some did, but they didn't all need EMS, so we could save the EMS crews, the paramedics, for the life-saving emergencies, and then CORE could take people either to the hospital or shelter.
It wasn't just water rescues. EMS found people passed out at a bus stop in Chinatown, exposed to the elements. One was given Narcan. All had symptoms of hypothermia.
It's actually a perfect storm right now. With the wind, with the rain, and with the temperature, people can get hypothermic very quickly, and we're seeing that out there. We're seeing people who are in the water shivering, hypothermic.
Rescue crews ask that people stay home if they can. Don't be on the roads if you don't have to. It only makes it more dangerous for everyone. I'm Lynn Kawano, Hawaii News Now.
All right, mahalo, Lynn, and it's been a busy day for Hawaiian Electric crews as well, responding to widespread outages on Oahu, Maui County, and the Big Island.
Altogether, about 120,000 customers are without power right now. And joining us live is HECO spokesperson Darren Pai. Darren, can you update us on where the largest outages are and update us on the status of repairs?
Well, thanks for this opportunity to help explain the situation to our customers. We have had crews since last night out in force in the field responding to widespread outages. So far today, most of the activity has been focused on Oahu, and we've seen widespread outages largely caused by factors related to this storm. In many cases, it's downed trees or broken tree branches, either damaging lines or coming into contact with lines. In one case, we had lightning strike a pole. So it's been, the whole gamut of different outages, all related to the effects of this really damaging storm that's been spread across not just Oahu, but moving into Maui County and Hawaii Island.
Darren, I've been looking at the HECO outage map on Oahu, and all day long it's shown about 100 different locations where you're troubleshooting outages. But in East Oahu, especially with 2 transmission lines down, you're warning families there that they might not get their power back for a while. What's the latest timeline on that?
Well, that is an area of that we want to bring some attention to, because customers who have power in that area, we really urge them to be prepared for the possibility that they might face an extended outage. What's happening there is that there are multiple transmission lines that normally bring power into Hawaii Kai and East Honolulu. They come down the Ko'olaus over from Waimanao and they cross the ridgeline. Unfortunately, 2 of those lines have been damaged and they're out of service. So we still have 1 line that's providing power to the area. However, if something happens to that line, we could be facing the possibility of an extended outage. Generally speaking, as you mentioned, there are outages all across the island. Our crews are, really out there doing the best that they can in these conditions to get the power back on as quickly as possible. However, we do want to advise customers that these repairs and restorations, it is going to take time. These are very challenging conditions. In some cases, we need to pause and wait for the weather to clear a bit so that our crews can work safely without the risk of injury. And so we really urge our customers to be prepared. In some cases, they may be without power overnight. When we work restoring power in these situations, we really focus first on areas and facilities that play a role in the community, providing essential services or public safety services. And then we work on restoring power, in areas where we can get the most customers back on at one time. So, we work through the outages, and we want all of our customers to know that we're on the job, we're going to stay on the job, and we'll do our best to get their lights back on as soon as possible.
Well, we really do appreciate you updating us, Darren, and a big mahalo to you and the crew for working around the clock to get the lights back on. Be safe.
Thank you.
And that's the sound of heavy rain hitting windward Oahu this afternoon. At the intersection of Kea'ahala and Kahekili Highway, traffic lights were out, forcing motorists to observe a 4-way stop. An emergency shelter at the Kaneohe District Park was opened for residents in need and will remain open until further notice. And you could barely see the Ko'olaus as heavy rains and clouds covered the mountains. A few roads like Kapa'akori Road were closed due to flooding from the storm. North Shore residents say they did all they could before the storm's arrival to safeguard their properties.
But our Daryl Huff shows us some areas still couldn't escape the elements.
Flooding in Mokulea and Wailua is fed by rain falling on a huge bowl formed by the Ko'olau and Waianae Mountains. Today, the incessant rain caused ponding over nearly every intersection between Haleiwa and Ka'ena Point, and the rising water at Dillingham Ranch knocked over a fence as it rushed to the sea. We also saw downed branches from the strong winds from the south State and city crews picked up debris and police patrolled for flooding conditions. We've been driving up and down Farrington Highway in Wailua and Mokolea for about an hour now, and things have gotten progressively worse. We left Wailua just as the roads became impassable, and the order came to evacuate Otake Camp. In Haleiwa, Kale and Derek Gamiao watched warily from their compound that is framed by Poamoho and Paukoila streams.
Like a choke point, and so both rivers are coming down, and they're just getting slammed with rubbish and everything that's coming by.
Who would you call if there was a problem?
Nobody. I've been dealing with this for like almost 30 years. But you can see the debris just flowing down and hitting this old bridge.
The family has lived on the property 50 years and has taken it on themselves with their own equipment to clear mangroves and widen the streams.
We did our part from widening it as much as we can without any support, but the issue goes all the way upstream.
Although the state and city have maintained many waterways, the family rarely sees them here.
When there's torrential rains and winds combined with that, it just makes the issue even worse, and which causes flooding even quicker.
Reporting from Oahu's North Shore, Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
In West Oahu, some residents took cover in evacuation shelters.
Our Annalisa Burgos has more on the storm's impact on the Leeward coast. Annalisa.
Hey guys, we're here in Makaha Beach Park. I wanted to give you a look at what's happening right now. This is Makaha Stream. Earlier, it was raging, and it met up with the ocean there behind me. You can see the brown water flowing. Of course, as you know, Makaha Stream starts up in the Waianae Range, goes down the valley, and then spills out here. Usually the sand isn't this low, but because of those high surf and rains, it's actually opened up quite a bit. And earlier we did stop by the evacuation center over at Nanakuli High School. Volunteers there are on hand to help anyone in need. When we stopped by, there were about 3 people there with their pets.
If you guys are out there and you don't have a safe and dry place, especially with the strong winds and hard rains, please, we do have a place, Nanakuli High School, for you and your family to come and just shelter in place to weather out this storm and until the worst is past.
Just making sure that folks have a safe place to stay, especially if their house has been flooded or they just need a safe place while the rain and the storm passes.
And then elsewhere on the west side, we saw in Kapolei a video of Kuloa Street where 2 trees actually fell at different times due to the strong winds. We also drove through Makakilo where we felt those strong winds as well. There was a power outage around noon that affected several residents and some intersections. And again, back here in Makaha, we were driving up and down the coast. Some ponding, not too severe, and a little calm right now compared to earlier today. The waves were really high and dangerous earlier. We've been seeing some people come out, look at this beauty of nature here, but again, weather can turn at any moment, so be safe. Don't come out unless you really need to. This stream, of course, has been taking a lot of the debris. You can see some of the trees there and some debris down here. But again, be aware, brown water, dangerous for you. Don't go in the water and be safe out there, everybody. Reporting in Makaha, Annalisa Burgos, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you so much, Annalisa, for that report. And talking about how weather can turn at any moment, we're seeing that right now over the western end of the state. More of a lull that we're seeing on the gathering place, but Kauai, get ready for a heavy round of thunderstorms. And you can see this deep tropical moisture, a steady plume of it being pulled by that Kona Low that's sitting north of the island. And here's one problem area that we're tracking where Chelsea Davis is on Maui. We have been seeing very heavy rainfall rates, and you see all the steady rain that continues to march in. This is a train of moisture that continues to park itself over Maui County. That's what was sitting over us earlier today and also over on Kauai. But get ready, especially if you're over in Poipu. We are going to be seeing very dangerous lightning, cloud to ground lightning, Hana Pepe. If you look outside towards Makai right now, flashes of lightning, and it's quite dangerous. So be careful out there. And we could see some heavy pockets of thunderstorms approach the North Shore as we go into the evening. But right now, that band that was sitting over us during the overnight hours through the morning that brought us 10 inches of rain near Dole Plantation is now shifting over towards Maui County. That steady plume is going to be impacting them for the next several hours. Hit or miss showers on Hawaii Island. We do have a flood watch statewide through Saturday over Hawaii Island through Sunday. And you can see we have flood advisories for parts of Maui County, Hawaii Island, and we're still seeing a flood warning, a flash flood warning, and that's due to the heavy runoff that we've been tracking earlier today. And we have been seeing anywhere from 0.8 to 11 inches of rain with the storm totals. So lots of runoff and rising streams continues to be a concern with these already saturated grounds. So a lot of elements, flash flood watch is up. We have a few thunderstorms embedded within this, periods of heavy rain into the night. We will be seeing the winds fierce at times, especially on the windward side, up to 50 miles per hour. And Jonathan, on top of that, we're seeing road closures on Hawaii Island, especially along the summits because of that winter storm warning.
Well, not only on the Big Island, Jen, we have a few things to report here throughout the state. So let's first of all start off on the island of Oahu. We just got this into the first alert desk. Road closure on Kamehameha Highway in Waipio between Halehalavai Drive and Lanikuhana. Repairs to a rock protection fence is taking place on Kipapa Bridge. Now, coming into town, Like Freeway, try to stay away from it. We have two things going on. The townbound lanes are closed at Kahikili due to a downed tree, and the lights within the Wilson Tunnel are not working right now. So maybe take the H3 or the Poly Highway instead of the Like tonight. Then over to the island of Molokai, we have a traffic alert with mud and rocks and fast-moving water at the mile marker 6 on Kamehameha 5 Highway, again on the island of Molokai. First alert traffic on Hawaii News Now.
The Rainbow Wahine are headed to the Big West Championship game.
Yeah, it was another dramatic finish in overtime. That was the play that gave Hawaii the chance to win in overtime against the #1 seed UC Irvine. UH guard Bailey Flavel drained a three to tie the game with 7 seconds left in Henderson, Nevada. The Rainbow Wahine have won 2 games in 2 days now, both in overtime, extending their win streak to 10.
Just trusted our process from the beginning. There's never been a moment where this team's like, what's going on? What's happening? Why is this happening? It was, Coach, what do we need to do? And it was, hey, guys, what do you think we need to do?
We never had a doubt. We are huge Rainbow Wahine fans. We're at every game. We know the girls. We talk to the girls all the time. We talk to the coaches all the time. Never, ever did we doubt that these girls had what it takes to get to the championship game.
Tomorrow, the Wahine will face UC San Diego with a championship trophy on the line. Meanwhile, the men's team is about to make their postseason debut in just a few minutes. Looking outside, those powerful winds rocking the camera. Our coverage of the severe weather continues on KHNL.
is Hawaii News Now at 5:30.
It is a first alert weather day as we take a live look at a socked-in Waikiki. The island of Oahu still under a flash flood warning. Wind alerts are also in effect as a powerful Kona Low storm drenches the island chain. Evacuation orders have been issued for Waialua residents at Otake Camp on Oahu's North Shore due to rising floodwaters. HECO crews are responding to widespread power outages, and emergency shelters are filling with residents escaping the severe impacts of the storm. Let's get the latest forecast now from our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins.
And Stephanie, this is coming in waves of energy. We're seeing a steady train of moisture now parked over Maui County, but we're starting to see some thunderstorms pop up the far western islands, and we've been seeing impacts over Ni'ihau all the way to Kauai. So we will be seeing dangerous cloud to ground lightning there. So a heads up as we go into the evening, we're going to have waves of dangerous lightning strikes too. And you see cold air aloft, and this has been spinning counterclockwise offshore. A strong jet stream associated with it, and that's giving support to these heavy downpours, and that's why all of the islands are under a flood watch. As we break it down, we're seeing more imminent a flood advisory over parts of Maui County, especially Molokai and Maui County has been seeing that all the way to even Maui. Heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour. Pockets of heavy rain reported on Hawaii Island. We're still under a flash flood warning due to all the runoff after receiving 11 inches of rain from the storm. And then you see right now, Kauai will be under the gun with these thunderstorms. Let's take a closer look at the lightning strikes. We're going to be watching this on the South Shore very carefully. And you see very dangerous lightning strikes just offshore that continue to march in. So if you're looking towards Makai along the South Shore, you see flashes of lightning. If it roars, go indoors. Just a friendly reminder how dangerous these individual cells can be. Some of these individual thunderstorms could produce very strong straight line winds, so damaging winds too. We'll be watching this batch. We'll see how close it gets along the North Shore and on the west side. But this heavy band of moisture that has been sitting over the western islands is now shifting over Molokai, Lanai, and parts of Maui County. We're talking about heavy rainfall rates. We've been getting reports from our very own Chelsea Davis, who's been in the elements, and you see how far this expands. So it's going to be a long night over Maui County. Eventually, what's left of this heavy band is going to be moving towards Hawaii Island as we go into the rest of the night through tomorrow. So very busy statewide event we're talking about. We're still under a flash flood warning, and you could actually see the totals over on the gathering place alone. We're talking about 0.8 inches to 11 inches, significant rise in streams, and saturated grounds is a concern tonight as more rain and thunderstorms could be marching our way. Jonathan?
Well, what's very evident in our commute home on this Aloha Friday is there's a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but not a lot of traffic. Right here, H1, right by the Poly off-ramp and the school off-ramp, was very busy a few hours ago because of the flooding going on, but traffic has really eased up. Let's move our cameras down and kind of show you what it's like here in the Kaimuki area, or Kapohulu to be specific, and Dade Street. You see, again, windy conditions, but not that much traffic at all. Now, moving into Kaimuki, again, more windy conditions happening at Kuhio and Liliuokalani. And one last area to show you here is the camera here at Ala Moana and Kalia. Again, kind of shaky because of the windy conditions. Steph? Back over to you.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. And now to the latest in the Iran war. At least 13 American service members have now been confirmed dead as part of Operation Epic Fury. That news comes as the Pentagon says it is dealing with attacks on oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, which is sending energy prices spiking. Erica Brown reports.
The Pentagon Friday confirmed the deaths of all 6 crew members aboard a U.S. military refueling tanker that was supporting operations in Iran. Officials say a second aircraft was also involved but landed safely, and they believe the incident may have involved a mid-air collision.
It was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire.
Iran's threats to the Strait of Hormuz continue to disrupt the global oil supply. The Trump administration is considering deploying U.S. Navy warships to escort oil tankers through the waterway.
Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces in commercial shipping, and our work on this effort continues.
2 U.S. officials confirmed to CBS News the Pentagon will be deploying elements of a Marine amphibious assault unit to the Middle East. The Trump administration also announced it is temporarily easing some sanctions on Russian oil to help bring energy costs down. European allies have criticized the move over concerns it could boost Russia's aggression in the war with Ukraine. President Trump says the U.S. military will continue intense attacks against Iran in the coming days. And Friday, the State Department announced a $10 million reward for information on Iran's new supreme leader and many of his top advisors.
Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do.
Iran's president was seen taking part in an Al-Quds Day demonstration in Tehran when a large explosion hit nearby. Erica Brown, CBS News, the White House.
2 domestic attacks, one in Michigan, the other in Virginia, are now under investigation. Melania Zonona has the details.
Reports of an active shooter.
Tonight, the nation reeling and recovering from 2 brutal attacks. While the incidents are not connected to each other, the suspects in both cases have ties to the Middle East. In Michigan, the Department of Homeland Security says it believes the man who drove his car into a Detroit area synagogue is 41-year-old Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, a U.S. citizen born in Lebanon. While law enforcement hasn't pinpointed a motive, a Lebanese official tells NBC News Ghazali lost several family members in an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon last week, including 2 brothers known to be Hezbollah members. Federal officials revealing details on the suspect behind what they call a targeted attack on the Jewish community. A preschool was in session when the car crashed into the building, but no one was injured.
This is not a political moment. This is not a political debate. This is targeting babies who are Jewish. That's anti-Semitism at its absolute worst.
Whether anti-Semitism is coming from the left or the right, whether it's coming from some group that you like or don't like, you have a responsibility to call it out.
To Virginia, where the FBI is investigating the shooting at Old Dominion University as terrorism. We are learning more about how the suspect, Mohammed Baylor Jalla, died. Police say Jalla, a former Virginia National Guard member, opened fire on an ROTC class, shooting and killing Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. The ROTC students fought back. 2 senior law enforcement officials telling NBC News it appears one student stabbed Jalla.
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive.
The guy who stopped it's a hero, so.
In 2016, Jalla pled guilty to a terrorism charge and was sentenced to 11 years in prison. At the time, he apologized to the court and American people.
Melanie Znona, NBC News, Washington.
Driverless cargo trucks are rolling out. They're said to be cheaper and faster, but are they safe? A closer look next at 5:30.
flood warning for the island of Maui until 8 p.m. At 5:37 p.m., radar indicated heavy rain over the island of Maui. Rain was falling at a rate of 1 to 2.5 inches per hour. The heaviest rain is falling over the south-facing slopes of Mount Haleakala, where Ukumiham Gulch has risen significantly. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: radar. Impact: flooding in drainages, streams, rivers, roads, properties, and other low-lying areas. Public road closures possible in some areas. Landslides are possible in steep terrain. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include the island of Maui. Stay away from streams, rivers, drainage ditches, and culverts, even if they are currently dry.
Arizona. The goal? To increase deliveries and lower costs.
You and I, as end consumers, we want our orders as soon as possible, as cheap as possible. So our trucks are working day and night.
You say these trucks make things cheaper and faster, but for someone driving in a car to look up and see a big truck like this with no one behind the wheel, how is that safe?
Safety is foundational to everything that we do at Gatik.
We first showed you the technology in 2021.
I'm here in Arkansas for an exclusive look
when the company deployed smaller, self-driving trucks for Walmart, capable of driving up to 10 miles per route. Now, Gatik's trucks travel up to 400 miles, handling middle-mile deliveries between warehouses and stores completely autonomously. To see for ourselves, we got an exclusive ride-along with Apeksha Kamavat, Gatik's co-founder and chief engineer.
Here we go.
She says high-tech cameras and sensors give the truck a 360-degree view of its surroundings, guiding it safely through any situation on the road, day or night, rain or shine.
The truck sees all of that information in real time, creates an understanding of what the world looks like right now, how it will evolve.
I watched as the truck navigated highways and heavy traffic.
Whoa, I gotta say, that was a pretty sudden stop.
It's driving a bit jerky, but Kamavat says it's designed for safety, not comfort.
So if someone had run that red light, we would have, even though we had a green light, this truck would know not to go?
Exactly.
After millions of testing miles, Gatik says its trucks haven't had a single safety incident, something we confirmed with federal and state regulators. With 10 trucks now.
Flash flood warning for the island of Oahu until 9:30 p.m. At 5:39 p.m., radar indicated that heavy rain has temporarily ended over Oahu. However, Kamehameha Highway is closed at the Waikana stream due to flooding. In addition, water inundated Otake Camp, which was evacuated due to water coming over the Wahiwa Reservoir spillway. Additional heavy showers will move over the island this evening. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: emergency management. Impact: flooding in drainages, streams, rivers, roads, properties, and other low-lying areas. Public road closures possible in some areas. Landslides are possible in steep terrain. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include the island of Oahu. Stay away from streams, rivers, drainage ditches, and culverts, even if they are currently dry. Excessive runoff from heavy rainfall will cause flooding of drainage ditches and streams, streets, highways, properties, and other low-lying spots.
Jen and Jonathan will have the first alerts, weather and traffic coming up in 2 minutes.
lot of traffic. Actually, we showed you this camera about 10 minutes ago. It hasn't really changed. It's just that you see a very good flow, but that windy conditions really do prevail. We're going to switch our cameras out to King and Kalihi Street. Again, very, very light conditions, and we're going to continue that trend all the way into King and Hoftailing as well. Moving on our cameras to this one right here. This is Kalani Anaola and West Line Drive. You see the wind really gusty in this area, and it's a little bit more wet in that specific part of the city. As we go to the Leeward coast, though, again, it's another rainy and windy conditions prevailing in that specific area. As we bring you to another camera right here in the heart of Waikiki, Kalakaua, and Kuhio, looking like this. One other camera, we were just talking to Stephanie about if you want to get gas at Costco, there's no line right there. So maybe, if you are out and about, even though you shouldn't be, that might be the place to go. That's your first alert traffic on the Vine News Now. Jen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Hope you're staying safe at home. And as we continue to ride this storm together, I'm sure you heard the blaring noise from your TV or phones with a flash flood warning now continued for Oahu, and we're seeing that for Maui. We've been seeing very heavy rainfall rates. Let's break it down for you. We also have a flood advisory over Molokai and parts of Hawaii Island, all of the islands under a flood watch. And with this flash flood warning continuing, it's not because of rain that's still sitting on top of us. In fact, we are seeing rising streams, and that has been very significant. Our storm totals anywhere 0.8, but look at the high end, up to 11 inches of rain. So that brought on lots of ponding and runoff, debris on the roadways and saturated grounds. We're expecting more rain to push in tonight, and with those already saturated grounds, that's a big concern. But Kamehameha is closed right now. We've been seeing very, very thick roadway conditions, very hard to drive through. So be careful over there. And we've been seeing Chelsea Davis live shots. She has been in the elements, and right now we have a flash flood warning up for Maui as that deep tropical plume of moisture is now over Maui County. The heaviest of the rain is on south-facing slopes. We're seeing flooding there, rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour, and that continues to sit there for the next couple of hours. There's the Kona Low that continues to pull up that deep tropical moisture. On top of that now, we're adding into the mix some thunderstorms over on Kauai. We can actually see some of this thunderstorm activity moving through. So a dangerous situation when you see these lightning strikes. A lot of it has been sitting over open waters, but at times we're seeing that move through, and you can see some of that may reach all the way to the west side, the Waianae Range, and the North Shore. The heaviest of the showers now over Maui County and continues to be into the night, and then slowly shifting towards the east over Hawaii Island by the time we get into the overnight hours through tomorrow. So very busy. Powerful Kona Low is what we're tracking. At times we'll see this come in waves and also little breaks between those waves. That's what we're seeing over the western end of the state right now, but it's pulling up a river of deep tropical moisture that's sitting over the islands. So the impacts, flooding, heavy rain, damaging south winds, stormy seas, and snow on the summits, that will continue for us into the next several hours into the rest of Saturday. And you could actually see as we go into tonight, that's when we're going to see this storm peak. We'll start seeing things let up a little bit over the western end of the state on Saturday, but we will be seeing periods of heavy rain linger over Maui County and Hawaii Island into the night. Some sporadic downpours for everyone, and then for Sunday, more hit or miss showers, and then it clears out by Monday. So a lot of moving parts, Stephanie, to the 7-day forecast. You see First Alert weather days continue tomorrow.
Thank you for keeping track of it all for us, Jen. Coming up next at 5:30, the outpour of love and support through what looks like an old payphone. Who's on the other end of the call?
earlier this week, we told you about Boston's new Call a Boomer phone.
Well, now we get to hear some of those conversations.
Brianna Borgi spoke to the callers and also picked up the phone herself.
Hi. This is Julia. I'm calling from Boston.
Hi, I'm Marilyn.
On a Friday afternoon, Julia Strauss's lunch break turned into a conversation with a stranger on the other side of the country.
Do you have any grandkids?
I have 4, but they're all adults.
Oh, congratulations.
They've gotten to the point where grandma's not important. So I enjoy this time with somebody else.
It looks like a relic from another era, but the Call a Boomer phone on Comm Ave is bridging the generation gap by connecting young people here in Boston directly to a senior center in Reno, Nevada.
I think it's fantastic. It's so fun. And great to be able to connect people, not just of different generations, but like in different places geographically.
I haven't smiled so much in a long time.
We collaborated with our sister station, KRNV, to listen in from Nevada. And while many people passed by without picking up the phone, I had to give it a try.
Hi, this is Brianna from Boston.
Hi, Brianna. This is April.
At Sierra Manor, the phone booth is labeled Call a Zoomer. The social experiment comes from Matter Neuroscience, a startup focused on advancing human happiness for our collective good.
Do you have any advice for someone my age?
Smile. Even if you're upset, just smile and say hello or a head nod. Just let people know that they exist and they're acknowledged.
Wise.
I love that.
Wise. Yes, I love this unique connection to bridge that gap between the younger generation and kupuna, right?
Exactly. I'm the other side, the kupuna, so I would appreciate any connections, right? So.
I always try to give you a head nod or a smile when I come in.
I appreciate it.
All right, Jen, what does the radar look like?
Oh, it's getting very busy with a second wave of now thunderstorms that are roaring over parts of the state. We're seeing that pick up over Kauai, flashes of lightning, so be careful. What's going to be coming our way tonight, waves of energy over Maui County and Hawaii Island, and we are seeing the winds pick up too, so please be careful out there. We're tracking southwest winds about 20 to 30 miles per hour. That continues into your Saturday with gusts easily exceeding 50.
Yeah, and speaking of those winds picking up, Jen, let's just show you right here outside as we take a live look over Honolulu Harbor. You can see the camera rocking and take a look at the clouds. Do you notice just how fast and quickly they are passing by? Well, stick around. The governor's called the 6 o'clock news briefing, live coverage on KGMB and K5.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel for more HNN content. Sponsored by Hawaii National Bank, a local bank for local businesses.
Right now at 6, breaking news as the Kona Low unleashes damaging winds and rain, toppling trees and power lines across the state.
Tonight, live team coverage as first responders scramble to rescue people in harm's way, and more than 100,000 Hawaiian Electric customers are without power.
And hang in there. Winds will get even stronger in the evening as intense cells keep coming in from the south. I'll have your first alerts.
This is Hawaii News Now at 6.
It is the fourth first alert weather day in a row. A flash flood warning has been extended until 9:30 tonight. The satellite shows the brunt of the storm that dumped about a foot of rain on Kauai and Oahu in the past 24 hours is now spreading toward Maui and the Big Island.
On Maui, a wind gauge in Kapalua recorded a gust of 67 miles an hour this afternoon. The summit there got nearly 10 inches of rain in 24 hours. The city, the mayor, and his emergency officials have called for a news conference to update us on the storm response.
We'll take it live in just a moment, but first, some of the key headlines that we're tracking right now. The city has been evacuating families from severe flooding at Otake Camp on Oahu's North Shore. Hawaiian Electric Company says 2 transmission lines are damaged in East Oahu, and so customers in Hawaii Kai may not get their power back until tomorrow.
The city also suspended Skyline service from East Kapolei to the Waipahu Transit Center station due to power outages. Plus the weather's snarling air traffic at H&L. There have been 172 flight delays and 31 cancellations today. And the 911 call volume so high, city officials are reminding everyone to use 911 only for life-threatening emergencies. Everything else can be reported using the H&L 311 app.
Now let's go to the city's news conference and emergency management officials.
A failure could send water downstream fast and lead to catastrophic flooding. We are giving this notice early out of an abundance of caution. You need to prepare to evacuate on short notice. If you need extra time, leave now. This includes kapuna families with small children, people with disabilities, and anyone who needs help with transportation or medical equipment. If you stay, you need a plan to move fast. Pack go items, medications, important documents, phone chargers, and supplies for at least 3 days. Keep pets with you and bring pet supplies as well. Stay off flooded roads, do not drive through water. Watch for changing conditions. Thunderstorms remain possible. Rainfall rates can increase with little warning. We will provide updates as we get new information. Use trusted sources for updates, which includes H&L Alerts. Sign up for H&L Alerts at hnlalert.gov. If you are told to evacuate, leave at once. Thank you. At this time,
exactly what he's talking about there, referring to the Wahiwa Dam, which is not an imminent threat, but they are raising the alarm that it is possible the dam could fail, and if that happens, communities downstream will need to evacuate, and they should be ready. More than 2,000 people live in areas downstream of the Wahiwa Dam, and they are spreading the word right now that those families need to be packed just in case.
And there has been dam failures before elsewhere on Kauai and other places, so that's why city emergency officials, that was Dr. Randall Collins, want to make sure that people are aware now before they're caught off guard.
That's right. The areas downstream, they have well documented the specific neighborhoods that could be at risk. And I'm sorry we didn't get to the official before he gave us the exact names, but they are in the Waialua and Haleiwa area. And if you're in those areas, it's a good idea right now to search online to find out exactly where you are. There's information available to keep your family safe, tell you exactly if you're in the path of any water that may be coming downstream.
We're also expecting a news conference from Governor Green in just a few moments. We're going to get to that. But right now we have team coverage and the latest on the storm's track. So let's go to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, with the latest. Jen.
And on this First Alert Weather Day, we continue to watch waves of energy. The one that was sitting over the far western islands overnight through the morning is now shifting over towards Maui County, and that's where it's going to sit for the next several hours. That's where we have a flood advisory. We're also seeing more imminent a flash flood warning over Maui, and then we do have a flash flood warning because of getting 11 inches of rain on the gathering place alone, and we're watching some thunderstorms fire up, at least for Kauai. So let's take a closer look at these flash flood warnings. Rainfall totals have been widespread. We've been seeing heavy pockets of rain introduced in the forecast. Here's another batch that's moving offshore. So now, even though we're seeing a little bit of a lull from the steady rain that we got earlier today, we are going to be seeing some heavy sporadic downpours into the night, which is concerning. And that's why that flash flood warning is up until 9:30 now. Lots of ponding, runoff, debris on the roads have been coming our way earlier, and also down trees. We will be seeing those saturated grounds and more rain tonight. Also, flash flood warning over Maui, so be careful out there. We're seeing rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour.
Thank you so much, Jen. And as we mentioned, Governor Green is having a news conference. Let's go to that right now. He's with the Adjutant General and other officials from the state.
Our DOT staff for all the work that they've done, not just during the storm itself, but several days prior, to make sure that we can prep the system, to make sure we can minimize the potential for impacts to the public. And really appreciate, Governor, your leadership on and giving us that proclamation that allowed us to move forward very quickly in all of our actions. For us on the highway system, we're looking at about 28 actions that we had to take over this storm today. About 15 of them were tree falls in different areas, and these are trees in the range of 10 feet in diameter, very big pieces that were coming down on the system. We had another 8 or so flooding instances and another 5 or so areas where we're looking at landslides or debris flows from our highways. Our crews are still out there right now during these rain and windy situations, trying to make sure that they can prep this system to ensure that we can keep our critical infrastructure safe for everybody. Right now, you'll see them on Kamehameha Highway in the area of Kipapa Gulch. We had a rock fall in that area that was captured by rock fall fencing. It did its job, but it got bent in the different areas. Our crews are out there right now. They shut down a lane to make sure we can remove a lot of the debris.
That's Ed Sniffen with the State Transportation Department, updating us on all the different areas they've been responding to today. One of the more urgent concerns is in central Oahu. The city and county issued an evacuation order for residents of Otake Camp due to the rising water levels and potential for flooding conditions. Big concern for the city, enough to clear families today. Our Ben Gutierrez has more.
Camp Otake has been evacuated because you can see that the waters of Kona Low stream have overflowed into the area. This is, of course, the overflow from Lake Wilson. Over to the left, we don't have any all the residents who are visible right now, but you can see the police presence here. Also, one of the Corps ambulances is here at Camp Otake as well. Most of the residents here obviously have been evacuated. We also wanted to show you a bit of Paukonahua stream itself. We look across the road, and you can definitely see that the waters have risen and are starting to threaten some of the other homes that are in the area. But for now, even though the rain has
flash flood warning for the island of Molokai until 9 p.m. At 6:05 p.m., the Kavela Gulch Stream gauge reported a rapid rise in water level. Flooding is occurring and may affect other nearby drainages. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: stream gauges. Impact: flooding in drainages, streams, rivers, roads, properties, and other low-lying areas. Public road closures possible in some areas. Landslides are possible in steep terrain. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kaunakakai, Kualapu'u, Ho'olehu, Kalaupapa National Park, Kavela, Kona Low, Mauna Loa, Waipiu, Kapiti, Pukao, Palava Valley, and Molokai Airport. Stay away from streams, rivers, drainage ditches, and culverts, even if they are currently dry.
Mud and heavy rain made it difficult for 4 people trying to climb their way to safety where Manoa and Palolo streams meet in Mo'iliili. They were able to climb out using an HFD ladder.
Just after those people were rescued from the bridge under King Street, word of more people trapped under a bridge on Kapi'olani Boulevard.
A half dozen people were crouching under the pillars as fast-moving water started to rise. Honolulu firefighters brought a dog to safety first, then its owner and the others. Honolulu EMS treated all of the people rescued for minor injuries, and the core unit took them to shelters to wait out the storm.
They didn't need an ambulance. Some did, but they didn't all need EMS, so we could save the EMS crews, the paramedics, for the life-saving emergencies, and then core could take people either to the hospital or shelter.
It wasn't just water rescues. EMS found people passed out at a bus stop in Chinatown, exposed to the elements. One was given Narcan. All had symptoms of hypothermia.
It's actually a perfect storm right now. With the wind, with the rain, and with the temperature, people can get hypothermic very quickly, and we're seeing that out there. We're seeing people who are in the water shivering, hypothermic.
Rescue crews ask that people stay home if they can. Don't be on the roads if you don't have to. It only makes it more dangerous for everyone. I'm Lynn Kawano, Hawaii News Now.
Thank you, Lynn. Maui County's been getting hit hard with heavy rain and strengthening winds.
Let's go to our Chelsea Davis in West Maui to show us the conditions. Chelsea.
I'm on the top of Wahikuli Road in Lahaina because I thought this would be a good vantage point to just show you how choppy the ocean is. But over the last several hours, it's gotten so overcast, you can barely see behind me. And as you said, the wind is whipping out here, and so is the rain. You said, I'm a trooper. Shout out to my sister and my friend Sam, who's also out here trying to shield my camera and just block the wind and the rain so that my camera's not getting soaked. But I am, obviously. But I want to show you how conditions were earlier today when I first started out here around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The wind was cranking and it was downpouring as well. I was struggling to try to film the conditions. I also want to give a shout out to the Good Fellow Brothers worker who saw me struggling, who ran out here to help me. Before I got out to Lahaina, I stopped by Papalawa Wayside Park. It was flooded out there. I also stopped at the scenic lookout along the Pali, and it was rainy and windy, and the waves were choppy. And before I got to the west side, I checked out the Red Cross emergency shelter at Maui High School Gymnasium. There, a total of 3 people were seeking shelter from the storm. And East Maui residents tell me the winds were so powerful today, it caused giant trees to come crashing down.
Just a couple seconds ago, an ambulance just passed by, and it went like a little bit more up from where we are right now. But as you can tell, the firefighters and are telling people to get out of this place because it's getting pretty dangerous, and everything is overflowing. And Fleming Road has been shut down due to the heavy river that was created from the overflow.
Well, these are what conditions are like on Molokai today. You can see all that muddy water all over the roadways and crews hard at work. And mahalo to residents on Lanai who sent me this footage of what weather conditions are like there. You can see visibility there is very low. Hawaii State Department of Transportation says there were multiple fallen trees all along Haleakala and Hana highways. And county crews are also working hard to clear up and clean up the fallen trees as well. There are multiple power outages. I did hear that the Molokai Airport did experience a power outage briefly, but luckily the backup generator kicked in, so there wasn't much disruption there. Also told the Hana Airport is also without power, but there are no flights in and out of Hana today, so not so much disruptions out there either. But for a full list of all the impacts and closures and power outages, we have all those details on HawaiiNewsNow.com. Reporting live in Lahaina, I'm Chelsea Davis for Hawaii News Now.
All right, all areas of Maui feeling it right now, especially West Maui. Chelsea, thank you so much. Now it's time to download our news and weather apps to keep you safe in the week ahead, and look for extended weather updates streaming live on our HNN streaming app on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire.
Shelves are fully stocked, and refrigerators in the back.
bins and bins of, leis that we have already made.
Ahead tonight, a tough break for lei makers who were counting on a big weekend with proms and the song contest. What are they doing now with all those lei?
And a good evening to you. Our roadways are looking pretty free and clear of any traffic congestion, but we'll have some things to tell you about as you continue to make your commute home on this very wet and windy day that's coming back when we return here on Hawaii News Now.
Hawaii News Now.
We do want to update you on some breaking news in case you haven't heard. The city is warning people downstream of the Wahiwa Dam to pack up and be ready to evacuate in a hurry because the dam could possibly fail at some point during this storm. They did make it clear that a failure is not imminent, but it is a possibility as the flood waters rise.
Now, the city says Haleiwa and Wahiwa are in the evacuation zone, but Waialua is not in the evacuation zone. Also, we're learning that if the dam breaches, shelters at Wahiwa Middle and Kahuku Middle Schools will be available.
We'll have more information on this as the night goes on and we get more material. Right now, let's check in with Jonathan Masaki for first alert traffic. Jonathan?
Well, Keahi and Mahilani, there's still a lot to contend with when it comes to traffic incidents, so we're going to go to the maps right away to tell you what we're tracking for you right now. As Ed Sniffen was talking about just a few minutes ago, there is a road closure in effect, Kamehameha Highway NYPO between Halehalewai Drive and Lanikuhana. Repairs to a rock protection fence is taking place at Kipapa Bridge. Now, coming back into town, Like Highway, avoid it if you can. Several things going on. First of all, there is a downed tree, and so therefore the town-bound lanes are still affected. And farther down the road right there, the traffic lights are also off in one specific area. So be aware of that on the Like. On the island of Molokai, we're told of a traffic alert with mud and rocks and fast-moving water affecting mile marker 6 on Kamehameha 5 Highway. Try to avoid that area if you can. And finally, on Hawaii Island, there's a traffic alert for downed tree, Mamaloa Highway, mile marker 31, and a tree on a utility line on Highway 11, mile marker 105.5. That's the latest from the First Alert Desk on Hawaii News Now.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan. Meanwhile, heavy rains and winds canceled many events this weekend across the state, including Kamehameha School Song Contest. Many families had pre-ordered lei from lei shops, and now shops have hundreds of order cancellations.
Cindy's in Chinatown has so much supply, they marked down their lei by 30 to 50%. Some lei are as cheap as $2.
All those orders got canceled, and amazingly, there were like a few people that insisted on purchasing. feeling bad or feeling bad for the store, but also like they still want to gift their child because that day was dedicated to their performance, their practice.
Now, Song Contest is rescheduled to May 1st, and lei shops that were already preparing for Lei Day will be adding to those orders.
Now, First Alert Weather with Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins.
Hope you and your family are staying home and staying safe. On this First Alert Weather Day, we're tracking this Kona Low, and you can see how powerful it is still. And here's the water vapor imagery. This shows you how moist the atmosphere is, and we're seeing all this trailing moisture and even some thunderstorms that are firing up embedded within this plume of steady moisture that continues to come our way. And at its closest approach, we're seeing this cold air come into the picture aloft, and that's triggering some heavy downpours. On top of that, we will be seeing some pop-up storms come in waves into the night, and that steady plume of moisture that was sitting over the western islands has now shifted over Molokai and Maui County. We're seeing that all the way to even Maui and parts of Hawaii Island into the night, but all of the islands under a flood watch. This is a statewide event as it continues to pull up that deep tropical moisture. Now we're adding the heaviest of the rain that you can see here in those deep reds. A flash flood warning is up due to heavy runoff, and also we're seeing rates of 1 to 3 inches per hour, and we're starting to see some thunderstorms on the backside of all of this, and that's impacting Kauai. So be careful. I know we were getting a little bit of a lull, and we were talking about how in between lulls you could have some heavy downpours, and there it is. If it roars, remember to go indoors. Just a friendly reminder of how dangerous some of this lightning can be. And we're watching some heavy bands just offshore through the channel that could come our way later tonight, and you see those sporadic showers over the Ko'olau Mountains after a little bit of a break within the last hour. Things have really picked up on Molokai. We're talking about 1 to 3 inches per hour. Lanai seeing heavy pockets of rain there. And then you could actually see over the West Maui Mountains, Lahaina. Chelsea Davis has been braving the elements, been stuck in some of these elements at 1 to 3 inches per hour. The strongest over those south slopes. We have been seeing numerous showers come in, lots of runoff all the way through Kihei, and you could actually see just some sporadic downpours on Hawaii Island. On top of that, snow on the summits expected tonight. We have a winter storm warning, and we're seeing summits above 12,000 feet, snow about 12 to 18 inches. High winds on the summits. We don't talk about this every day, exceeding 100 miles per hour. Back here at the surface, we are going to see very strong winds up to gusts probably 50 miles per hour. The steady plume is going to be shifting towards the east, but into the night, so be careful out there. We will continue to see heavy pockets of rain.
All right, thank you so much, Jen. The Rainbow Wahine are headed to the Big West Championship game.
It was a dramatic finish in overtime. This is the play that gave the Rainbow Wahine the opportunity to win in overtime against the #1 seed, UC Irvine. UH guard Bailey Flavel drained a 3 to tie the game with 7 seconds left. Hawaii has now won 2 games in 2 days, both in overtime, extending their win streak to 10 games.
We wouldn't be here without them, and just feels like the 6th man and having them give us that momentum and just knowing that they have our backs.
When we were down toward the ending and we were down, the crowd stayed in it. And you can see the girls kind of stand up straighter when the crowd gets loud and the let's go Bows, let's go Bows.
Tomorrow they'll face UC San Diego with the championship trophy on the line. Meanwhile, the UH men's team is currently playing Cal State Fullerton right now.
A Kailua native is on her way to the World Surf League.
Kyle Chinen introduces us to the rising star and this week's Game Changer.
She has a great fade and good lift on the nose as well.
16-year-old Cash Hoover punched her ticket to the World Surf League.
But well done, Cash Hoover, the winner of 2026.
Hoover won the La Union International Pro in January, taking an early wave score lead and never looking back.
Significant moment that I'll remember because it's something I've been working for so long and something that I've wanted for so long.
She beat out a field of 120 surfers and secured one of 2 women's wildcard invites into the longboard tour for the 2026 season. The culmination of a journey that started as a Grom learning to surf from her dad.
doing a lot of other events to try to qualify, which I was really close to. So just securing my spot before the year starts really is helpful.
Now set to compete on tour, the Kailua native is ultra focused on perfecting her craft.
Staying focused and competing with all the best people that are trying to qualify in the world was a big learning moment for me.
It's a drive and determination her parents say came naturally.
She has developed this love and passion for surfing, but she also has this knack of, competing where, she doesn't really get nervous like other people get nervous. She goes into it excited, and she goes into it with this drive.
The Hoover Ohana has been by Cash's side every step of the way, with her dad as coach and her mom helping her with homeschooling, while also traveling with her to her surf meets.
I wouldn't be able to go anywhere else without my mom and dad, and my dad taught me how to surf, so it wasn't for my dad, I wouldn't even be doing the sport, so I'm really thankful. And my mom always films me wherever we go with my dad, so it's a really big family commitment, so I'm really happy.
Now looking forward, Hoover is excited to surf amongst some of her childhood idols.
It's really cool to be now competing against the girls and watching everyone and being able to travel with them around the world, so it's really cool to just be there with them now when I watch them growing up.
A rising star looking to charge the waves and her pro career head on.
Whatever her dreams might carry on beyond that. So I think she's going to be surfing for a while.
Hopefully one day I can be in my 20s and see those girls almost being on tour and just have that same cycle that I get to watch.
Kyle Chinen, Hawaii News Now.
Back to our live weather coverage now. This is a live look in West Maui in Napili, where you can see the brunt of the storm coming ashore. We have some strong cells approaching from the southwest. A lot of rain, winds topping 40+ miles an hour there, and brown water advisories all along the coastline.
That flash flood warning has been extended, and let's go to our Jennifer Robbins, our chief meteorologist, for the latest on the track. Jen?
And with that warning, we already had 11 inches of rain near Dole Plantation, and that's why we're seeing lots of runoff. Also on top of that, a high wind warning is up. We're seeing southwest winds anywhere from 20 to 40, gusts higher than that. Here's the gusts that we're seeing right now. You don't see this every day in Kailua, Kona, 53 miles per hour. So folks, hope you're staying safe at home because we're seeing a rough night in store for us. See all the rain that continues to pummel all over Maui County. We're seeing flash flood warnings there and pockets of heavy rain over Hawaii Island. We're still seeing some lightning strikes into the night on the backside of this, and that's going to impact us as we go into the next several hours. So be safe. It's going to be a busy night as we track the first alert radar.
This is a live look in Hilo. Dry there for now. More on the way.
Thanks for watching at 6.
Flash flood warning for the Big Island of Hawaii until 9:30 p.m. At 6:25 p.m., radar indicated heavy rain over Puna and Kalu districts along the southwest slopes of the Big Island. Rain was falling at a rate of 1 to 3 inches per hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by heavy rain. Source: radar. Impact: flooding in drainages, streams, rivers, roads, properties, and other low-lying areas. Public road closures possible in some areas. Landslides are possible in steep terrain. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Hawaiian Paradise Park, Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, Wood Valley, Pahala Volcano, Glenwood, Pumalua Beach, Kona Flats, Mountain View, Na'aleu, Hawaiian Acres, Orchid Lands Estates, Kealau, Pahua, Hawaiian Ocean View, Fern Forest, Eden Rock, Fern Acres, and Waiohinu. Stay away from streams, rivers, drainage ditches, and culverts, even if they are currently dry. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.
In Kapalua recorded a gust of 67 miles an hour this afternoon. And you can see in the shot the ocean getting whipped up and the trees tossed around. You can barely see through that camera. Also, we just heard from the city and county and emergency management officials. They had a news conference about a possible dam breach at the Wahiwa Dam. Areas below the stream are urged to evacuate. Now for the latest on the storm's track, let's go to our meteorologist Drew Davis with the First Alert forecast. Drew.
Aloha, Mahea. It's been a very busy day here in the First Alert Weather Center. Again, we have several flash flood warnings up now across the state. One for Oahu, Molokai, and Maui, and now also for the southeastern side of Hawaii Island. A flood watch has been up statewide. Let's take a look at the First Alert radar and satellite out there. You can see here's the storm. It's moving across the state. We're already seeing some lightning actually developing off to the southwest of Kauai. So we're continuing to see heavy rainfall out there, moving closer to Kauai. You can see some lightning strikes surrounding the island. All of that moisture is moving up from the southwest. And even though we've entered kind of a lull over parts of Oahu, all of that moisture is going to continue moving up towards from the southwest towards the northeast. Some lighter rainfall coming down out over eastern Oahu right now. And again, the concern is if we get continued rainfall over central Oahu. Again, a lot of the rainfall is draining towards the central portions of the island, out of the Mauka areas of the islands right now. So again, as we continue to see all of that activity off of the southwest continue to move up towards the northeast, we've got to continue to monitor the central portions of Oahu. Molokai and Lanai seeing heavy rainfall, Maui County as well, and a flash flood warning up for southeastern Hawaii Island. I'll give you a full breakdown of the First Alert Futurecast coming up.
All right. Thank you so much, Drew. And now city officials about a half hour ago talked about the Wahiwa Dam at risk of failure. They urged people to evacuate before it potentially happens. And these areas include Haleiwa and Wahiwa only. Waialua is not in the evacuation zone. Now, the city and county's Department of Emergency Management Agency, Dr. Randall Collins, spoke earlier. Let's hear what he had to say.
So the water level is approaching 83 feet, and actual dam failure occurs at 90 feet. However, to conduct an evacuation takes quite a bit more time. It takes us about 3 hours to get responders in place and conduct an evacuation. So with the little time that we have and little uncertainty that we have, because all of that is also very dependent on the intensity of rainfall, and we are expecting thunderstorms. So there's a lot of variables that go into play, which is why we are, out of abundance of caution, giving notice now.
And that's just 7 feet. Again, the city and county are urging people who live downstream of the Wahiwa Dam to evacuate because of the possibility of failure. We'll continue to follow this breaking newscast throughout the evening on air and online. Meanwhile, North Shore residents say they did all they could before the storm's arrival to safeguard their properties. But Daryl Huff shows us some areas still couldn't escape Mother Nature's wrath.
Flooding in Mokulea and Wailua is fed by rain falling on a huge bowl formed by the Kona Low and Waianae Mountains. Today, the incessant rain caused ponding over nearly every intersection between Haleiwa and Kaena Point, and the rising water at Dillingham Ranch knocked over a fence as it rushed to the sea. We also saw downed branches from the strong winds from the south. State and city crews picked up debris and police patrolled for flooding conditions. We've been driving up and down Farrington Highway in Wailua and Mokulea for about an hour now, and things have gotten progressively worse. We left Wailua just as the roads became impassable and the order came to evacuate Otake Camp. In Haleiwa, Kale and Derek Gamiao watched warily from their compound that is framed by Poamoho and Paukoila streams.
Like a choke point, and so both rivers are coming down and they're just getting slammed with rubbish and everything that's coming by.
Who would you call if there was a problem?
Nobody. I've been dealing with this for like almost 30 years. But you can see the debris just flowing down and hitting this old bridge.
The family has lived on the property 50 years and has taken it on themselves with their own equipment to clear mangroves and widen the streams.
We did our part from widening it as much as we can without any support, but the issue goes all the way upstream.
Although the state and city have maintained many waterways, the family rarely sees them here.
When there's torrential rains and winds combined with that, it just makes the issue even worse, and which causes flooding even quicker.
Reporting from Oahu's North Shore, Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Meanwhile, in Waikiki, a massive tree came down across Kalakaua Avenue and some streets were underwater. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
We arrived here in Waikiki around lunchtime, and I can tell you the tourists, a lot of them had these plastic raincoats on. Everything seemed makeshift, people running around with their umbrellas, the umbrellas going backwards, especially when the rain just really starts to come down. We're at the Hyatt Regency Port Cochere, and there's a ballroom across the street. In fact, there's a dance competition going on right now. It's called Crowd Pleasers, and we've seen people in leotards running back and forth across the street. But for the most part, for tourists who are not expecting this weather, I can tell you this weather is not a crowd pleaser. Kalia Road in Waikiki, near the Outrigger Reef and Halekulani hotels, went underwater from the relentless rain.
Oh my goodness. There is no sidewalk. Holy shit. Look, yeah. Okay. Look at that. There's no sidewalk, oh my God. You're trapped. Look how bad it is.
Overnight, a tree went down across Kalakaua Avenue, blocking almost the entire roadway and damaging a streetlight on the way down. Right now I'm on Kalakaua Avenue where all of the luxury stores are, and this massive tree came down sometime overnight. It went down and also took down this coconut tree. It looks like the city crews have already taken the branches away and have also put caution tape around it. But what's really amazing is when you look at the huge root system, I'm about 5'4", and it looks like the root system, the dirt, and those lawa'e leaves all around it are about 10 feet tall. And then when you come around to this side of the tree, you can see just how large it is. And it also took down this street light. In fact, it smashed it into several pieces. It's certainly going to be a big cleanup job for the crews.
The wind's really strong and the rain is pretty going. And I feel like we can't be outside for more than like 30 seconds without getting completely drenched. Some thunders going on, tons of rain, haven't been able to stay dry really.
How's your umbrella doing, sir?
Oh, it's going everywhere. It's going everywhere.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm surviving. I'm going to try to survive.
And now we're going to continue our storm coverage. And Annalisa Burgos has also been a part of the coverage where some residents took cover in evacuation shelters in West Oahu.
So here at Makaha Beach Park, we're seeing the Makaha stream flow out into the ocean, something that you don't see very often. Usually the stream stops right here and doesn't connect with the ocean, but because of the heavy rains, they've been able to flow out, carrying with it the filthy runoff, the brown water from out into the mountains. And all across the Waianae coast, we've been seeing some pockets of ponding. Not too severe, though. Earlier, we stopped by the evacuation shelter that the city opened over at Nanakuli High School. Volunteers there are on hand to help anyone in need. There were a few people there with their pets.
Folks are actually just getting a lot of rest, much needed rest. I think the storms have been a little bit stressful. So yeah, just giving them that space. And then if they want to talk story, being able to connect with them has been really great.
In Kapolei, a viewer sent us this video of Kuloa Street where 2 trees fell. And we also drove through Makakilo where we felt the strong winds. There was a power outage around noon that affected several residents and some intersections. And back here in Makaha, we've been seeing folks stop by the beach, take pictures. Again, this is something you don't see very often, the connection of the stream to the ocean. It's kind of a special event for a lot of the folks that live here. But again, when the rains do come, don't be out. Take shelter in your home, or they do have that evacuation center over at Nanakuli if you need. Reporting in Makaha, Annalisa Burgos, Hawaii News Now.
All right, Annalisa, thank you. Well, state and city workers didn't have to go to work today, but it was still a slow slog on the roads for first alert traffic. Let's go to our Jonathan Masaki.
Mahialani, there's still a number of issues that are taking place statewide, so we're going to start on the island of Kauai. Some road closures are in effect right now at Ho'one Road and the Ku'ai Road area. This is due to flooding. Also at Pu'olu Road in Hanapepe for debris cleanup. Coming to the island of Oahu, we have to tell you about what we've been telling you the past hour. Kamehameha Highway in Waipio is closed between Halehalamai Drive and Lanikuhana. This is due to the repairs for that rock protection fence of Kipapa Bridge. On the island of Molokai, we're told on Kamehameha Road at mile marker 6. There's some mud, rocks, and fast-moving water taking place, so try to avoid that area. And on Hawaii Island, there are a couple of things to be aware of. Traffic is down, or rather blocked, because of a downed tree on Mamaloa Highway, mile marker number 31. And a tree is on utility lines on Highway 11, mile marker number 105.5. So a number of things still to contend with. If you can stay off the roads, that's the best bet. But if you are on the roads, please be aware that statewide, many issues taking place. That's your first alert traffic. Mahialani, back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. Meanwhile, rescue crews had to pull multiple people from floodwaters in Mo'ili'ili. Our Lynn Kawano was with Honolulu EMS as their teams answered calls across the island.
Mud and heavy rain made it difficult for 4 people trying to climb their way to safety where Manoa and Palolo streams meet in Mo'ili'ili. They were able to climb out using an HFD ladder.
Just after those people were rescued from the bridge under King Street, word of more people trapped under a bridge on Kapi'olani Boulevard.
A half-dozen people were crouching under the pillars as fast-moving water started to rise. Honolulu firefighters brought a dog to safety first, then its owner and the others. Honolulu EMS treated all of the people rescued for minor injuries, and the core unit took them to shelters to wait out the storm.
They didn't need an ambulance. Some did, but they didn't all need EMS, so we could save the EMS crews, the paramedics, for the life-saving emergencies, and then CORE could take people either to the hospital or shelter.
It wasn't just water rescues. EMS found people passed out at a bus stop in Chinatown, exposed to the elements. One was given Narcan. All had symptoms of hypothermia.
It's actually a perfect storm right now. With the wind, with the rain, and with the temperature, people can get hypothermic very quickly, and we're seeing that out there. We're seeing people who are in the water shivering, hypothermic.
Rescue crews ask that people stay home if they can. Don't be on the roads if you don't have to. It only makes it more dangerous for everyone. I'm Lynn Kawano, Hawaii News Now.
Lynn, thank you. Now it's time to download our news and weather apps to keep you safe in the weeks ahead, and look for our extended weather updates streaming live on our HNN streaming app on Roku, Amazon TV, Apple TV rather, and Amazon Fire. Well, coming up, officials ordered the evacuation of Otake Camp in Waialua. We'll have the latest up ahead.
Hawaii News Now.
Right now in Waialua, authorities are evacuating residents of Otake Camp, and also there are widespread power outages because of this storm system. We also should tell you that Skyline has been suspended and there are flight disruptions. Officials are asking that 911 only be used for emergencies because of the overwhelming number of calls. Meanwhile, again in Waialua, authorities are evacuating residents of Otake Camp. Our Ben Gutierrez is there.
Camp Otake has been evacuated because you can see that the waters of Kona Low stream have overflowed into the area. This is, of course, the overflow from Lake Wilson. Over to left, we don't have any all the residents who are visible right now, but you can see the police presence here. Also, one of the Corps ambulances is here at Camp Otake as well. Most of the residents here obviously have been evacuated. We also wanted to show you a bit of Paukonahua stream itself. As we look across the road, and you can definitely see that the waters have risen and are starting to threaten some of the other homes that are in the area. But for now, even though the rain has subsided, Camp Otake has been evacuated because of the rising waters that you can definitely see. There's also still a lot of debris that's going on, and as we go a little bit farther back, here's what we have as far as the waters of Kaukonahua stream flowing through Camp Otake. We'll continue to give you coverage here and give you more as the afternoon progresses. Right now in Waialua, Ben Gutierrez, Hawaii News Now.
All right, Ben, thank you. And with flooding and high winds a major concern for many homeowners, it's important to check on your insurance policies. If you have homeowners insurance, you may think flooding or hurricane level winds battering the state are automatically covered with your policy. But we spoke with an insurance agent that tells us such natural disasters need a second policy.
A lot of people might think that flood insurance is automatically covered under your homeowner's policy. Flood insurance from a natural disaster such as this heavy rain that comes in through the home from the ground up is actually covered under a separate flood policy. That would not be covered under your homeowner's policy.
If you have questions, reach out to your insurance agent. And now here's a live look outside at HECO. We are watching this storm move toward the east. Your first alert weather forecast after the break.
Hawaii News Now. Now, First Alert Weather with Drew Davis.
Let's take a look at the latest alerts up from the National Weather Service. Again, we have a flash flood warning up for the island of Oahu until 9:30 p.m. this evening. Also joining the flash flood warnings, one for Molokai, Maui, and the southeastern and southernmost portions of Hawaii Island. Again, a flood watch up statewide. Let's take a look at our first alert radar and satellite. Again, we've seen a bulk of the moisture that was really impacting Oahu earlier today moving down to Maui County. Again, a lot of this moisture is developing off to our southwest and moving up towards the northeast. So we're just seeing continuous rainfall. The overall band has slowly shifted further eastward. Zooming in island by island, still seeing a few lightning strikes over the eastern portions of Kauai. Still some heavier showers off towards the southwest of the island. Of course, we're watching this activity off to the southwest. Again, you're still seeing development out there that's moving closer to Oahu. And of course, we're watching that very closely because of the Wahiwa Dam situation. We're watching to see if the water levels are going to continue to rise. We're seeing lighter rainfall over central Oahu right now, lighter rainfall off to the southwest and further southwest, even heavier rainfall totals. Maui County starting to see heavier showers, even a thunderstorm over South Maui and just to the east of Kaho'olawe out there. You can see the heavier totals over the south and southeastern portions of the island right now. And of course, Hawaii Island seeing some showers out there. The flash flood warning again as the water continues to drain, flash flooding over near Volcano all the way down to South Point. I believe it also includes Ocean View. Our first alert Futurecast as we're going forward, we're expecting this to further intensify over the eastern half of the state. Still another round of rainfall, still possible over on Kauai and Oahu, like we're seeing out there right now. As we're going into Saturday, this shifts further eastward. This is Saturday evening, maybe some lingering moisture out there over the western half of the state. We've got to watch that closely too, because the ground will be very saturated. All of the runoff could lead to flash flooding because the ground won't be able to absorb any more water. This continues into Sunday and Monday, lighter out there over the western half of the state. Maybe some moisture hanging around for Hawaii Island going into Monday morning. Outside of the rainfall, strong winds. You got a high wind warning up across the entirety of the state. Southwesterlies between 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusting closer to 70. Southerly winds, 32-mile-per-hour southerly winds in town. That's something that we don't see very often. Here's our max wind gusts over the last 24 hours. 47 in town, 49 in Kahului, 52 in Kaunakakai. Now, our 7-day forecast tomorrow is also a first alert weather day. We could see some moisture over the western half of the state, but it continues to shift further eastward. Sunday highlighted in red. Lighter rainfall expected Monday into Tuesday. Highlighting Thursday as we continue to track another chance for rainfall.
is Hawaii News Now.
Heavy rains and winds canceled many events this weekend across the state, including Kamehameha School Song Contest. Many families had pre-ordered lei from lei shops, and now shops have hundreds of order cancellations. Cindy's in Chinatown has fridges in front and in back of their shop filled with lei that were supposed to be gifted this weekend. They're now marked down by 30 to 50%, and some as low as $2.
All those orders got canceled, and amazingly, there were like a few people that insisted on purchasing, feeling bad or feeling bad for the store, but also like they still want to gift their child because that day was dedicated to their performance, their practice.
Song Contest is rescheduled to May 1st, and lei shops that were already preparing for Lei Day will be adding more to those orders. Now, there are many first alerts and warnings out there. So, Drew, what's the latest on this storm's track?
Yeah, I want to give us another look at our first alert radar and satellite. Again, we're monitoring the situation with the Wahiwa Dam as water levels could continue to rise this evening. Our first alert radar and satellite, this is the most recent scan out there. Again, we do have the flood watch up statewide throughout Saturday.
The civil authority has issued local area emergency for the following counties or areas. Honolulu, Hawaii, at 6:55 p.m. on March 13, 2026, effective until 7:55 p.m. From Oahu Emergency Management, an evacuation warning has been issued due to conditions at Wahiwa Dam. No evacuations are ordered at this time, but conditions exist that could lead to the failure of the dam, which could cause catastrophic flooding. Be prepared to leave downstream areas on short notice. Wahiwa Dam evacuation zone includes Olafhelawa between Puiki Street and Kamehameha. Areas of Wahiwa between Kuki's Circle to Otak Camp. Emergency officials are monitoring conditions at the dam. This alert will be updated if an evacuation becomes necessary. Check https://alerthnlalert.gov for updates or monitor local radio and TV stations. This message will be updated in 4 hours or sooner if the situation changes.